Let's see if Shaka shows up. LOL. Or if he's just in the Hieroglyph studio. Well, I bet you know now. I showed up. So, I'm going to wait for a few people to show up. Get in here. And while I'm waiting for them to show up, I'm going to just get myself kind of ready here. And oh, how nice. Okay. They're always adding features to this stuff. Yes. No question about it. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. I am. Okay. And contrary to what you might think, Jay, we're not alone. Quite a few people are watching. So come on, come all. And let's have a discussion. Let's have a meeting of the minds. Yes. 2. Yes. It's off. I graduated. Not at all. Absolutely. It was supposed to be public a long time ago. I just never got around to it. But I'm really glad that you appreciate it. You know, everything is not for everyone, but for those who get it and for those who appreciate it, I'm thoroughly grateful. Right? I feel like it's a home run every time I hit something that is caught by someone, successfully caught by someone else on the other end of me. It was a pitch. It was a worthwhile pitch. Okay. So, absolutely. 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 Shout out to IJ Supernova. Joe Cool, welcome, welcome. Absolutely, Jay. Always a pleasure. And yes, V Man, as I said, V Man, I cut it off. Yes. It was sheared off. I graduated. Um, at this stage, I can no longer wear a lock. So, hold on. I know what I need to do. I keep forgetting. Technology's on your side. Yeah, absolutely. So, how pleasant of you to notice. I appreciate you. Absolutely. I genuinely do. Absolutely. Absolutely. Shaka, you're looking a little thin around the shoulders. Everything okay? I mean, the guns may not be 22 inches anymore, but I could still choke you out with no problem. So don't let the shoulders fool you. You know. Yeah. Yeah. Don't don't get don't get caught up in illusions, bro. That's how people get caught out there. They're looking at the wrong things. You know. I know I'm not trying to. I don't need boulders up there right now. my energy is not really focused on my shoulders. My energy is focused on concepts, ideas, proper deconstruction, thought power, not the size of my shoulders. Okay? Absolutely. I would rather be thin around my shoulders than thin around my mind. Feel me? Right. Shoulders can change overnight. A person can stay ignorant forever. From the cradle to the grave. Absolutely. So just waiting for a few more people to come in. I'm not really quite sure how I want to do this. But the first thing, let me greet those of you, blessings of the day, who will see this in the future, who are not with us currently at this moment. Blessings to you as well. You're welcome to be here. But a special shout out to those who are here with me now. They really inspire me to always return and to do what I do. So let's see. Before someone asks, because I know they will. Let me put this here. So pin that. Cool. All right. So wondering why. Let me see something. Hold on 1 second, people. Yeah, I'm in high def. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm at 720p. Cool. All right. I don't know. Or maybe that's what it is. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Whatever. Okay. So, wonderful. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Classic 74 accident. However you say. You guys, you have the craziest names, and I have to. It's like classic 7 accident. So that's what I'm gonna go with. But I'm glad, and I appreciate that. You can correct me on the pronunciation whenever you like. Okay. Oh, absolutely. I still offer the one-on-one classes. So for those of you who would like that, I'll put the link in the screen. And my website is down right now only because it's under construction. So things are being added, taken off, and this, that, and the third. So it should be back up this week. Let's see. So yeah, I will put the link in though, however, for those who are interested. Okay. So let's see. Let me see. Okay. Here we go. Oh, well, that's not going to help. All right. So yeah, I have to put those in. Let me see if I have it here. I should. Got to be fast on your feet these days. Okay. Here we go. This should do it. Whew. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Fine. So for those of you who are interested in one-on-one exchange with yours truly, the link is right there on the screen. You can just use that link and you can book a session with me for 30 minutes. It always goes over 30 minutes. But I don't, if I'm really into it, the second 30 minutes will probably be on me. But because the more answers you get, the more substantive your questions become. And that's it. And yes, I'm still teaching chemenomics. Um, all of these things are still present, but we're going to have a discussion this evening, just about some recent things as it pertains to this subject. We all are well aware that there are a lot of things going on in the world right now that are exceedingly tumultuous. Um, however, and I will be discussing those things, just not on this platform. Um, the fewer distractions, the more that can be accomplished in this exchange. Okay, and absolutely, Hotep to you, Amunin. Absolutely. Okay. Um, Medican, yes, I support that. Okay. Okay, absolutely. Shout out to Hidden Truths of the Universe. Yeah, 10 to 15 years younger, really? Trying to say my lock was making me look old. Um, well, perhaps, right? But Nehim, Duau, I appreciate you. Absolutely. And Scovington, I appreciate you very much. So the love is always reciprocated and always very well received, especially in these days and times. I say, be grateful for whatever love comes your way, you know, and that's very, very real. Um, I got a double blind this. I mean, I got to double expose this one. I'm gonna take a shot with that because I really like that. Right? For those who can see, right? Absolutely, I appreciate that. So, Sue, welcome. Right? Uh, I hope my friend Alexis shows up. Alexis Gates. She's a I consider her a new Bible deconstructionist, and I really enjoy her TikTok videos. Many of you have seen her. She's uh, a lovely, beautiful African sister. She has a beautiful family, a wonderful husband, a wonderful child, baby, and her YouTube channel is really her TikTok channel is very popular, and she does what I do and what many of us do in her own way. And uh, sometimes I'm always looking for people to inspire me to. So before I even go there, let me just explain stuff to you guys. So let's just get it started, okay? We're about at 50 people, so and it's gonna grow. It always does. So let me explain something to you guys, and I really want you to listen to me and just pay attention for a second, okay? There's a lot about what I do that none of you know anything about. Okay, there's a reason why anytime I enter the conversation concerning Christianity in the Bible and ancient Kemet and all of that, uh, it creates waves throughout various communities, and it puts a lot of fear in particular communities, rightfully so. When you have something to hide, um, you're going to always harbor a precarious disposition, a very a leery disposition because you don't know when that boom is going to drop and how many times it's going to drop. And so what I'm trying to do is I have a lot running through my mind right now, more than any of you could possibly begin to imagine concerning this subject matter. I think one of the things, if you ask me, which very few people do, if you ask me what makes me different from other people who deconstruct the Bible and who question its claims and the claims put forth by Christians, is that the difference between myself and a lot of other people is that I take it extremely seriously. Extremely seriously, if that's correct. Extremely serious. Okay? The grammar has to be on point. So I take it extremely serious. Extremely so. More so than you could possibly imagine. Even if almost as a matter of life and death. Although I prefer life and life. Okay? So, as I'm sure many of you would and do. So, how ironic. I'm listening to gospel music right now, by the way. One of my favorite artists, Tasha Cobb. Like, I have a lot of gospel artists that I love to listen to. Tasha Cobb, Jonathan McReynolds, um, what's her name? Who else is there? Jessica Reedy, um, Tamala Mann, Fred Hammond. Um, the list goes on. I mean, it's so long because I really, really love gospel music. So, and I think it's appropriate, being that the original religion of resurrection was born in Kemet, in Egypt. It only makes sense that we would gravitate towards resurrection music. You understand? It's singing about something, it's extolling something that the culture we subscribe to gave to the world. Okay? And that is the religion of resurrection. Okay? The very idea of it, the very concept of it comes from Kemet. All later claims mean nothing. They're just variations, revisions, um, and apologetics uh, towards later versions. Okay? Let me see. Wonderful, wonderful. Um, my rap name is Young Shaka. Young Shaka in the building. All right. So here we go. For those of you who are paying attention, you will notice that I did a broadcast about 2 weeks ago, about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. And I said that, no, it's not late, Eleanor. It's right on time. Once all of the noise has died down and all of the distractions are out of the way at this time of the evening, this is when you can focus. This is when you can actually pay attention and really absorb what's being said. Okay? In the daytime, we all have things going on. And one of the reasons I realized that I came to terms with why I prefer to come on late, I spend the day taking care of myself. Juicing, exercising, stretching, meditating, taking care of business, the essentials of life, right? But most importantly, taking care of myself. And when you value your health, especially in such a toxic age in which we live, if you're taking care of yourself properly, it's almost a full-time job. And one thing that I always try to avoid is coming on camera feeling ill at ease, not feeling evergreen. Because if you're genuinely concerned about the people on the other end of the camera, you want to be very cautious about the kind of energy you send to them, right? Because we affect each other, we impact one another. And that's probably one of the reasons why I go so hardcore on my scholarship, and why the key word for me in scholarship is responsible scholarship. Because there are people listening to you. There are people making existential decisions about life predicated on what you expose them to, what you present to them, and what you impart to them, and what you share with them. And so I think at the very least, the least we can do as so-called influencers is at least make sure that we are in the most proper state that we can be in before we just plop our asses right in front of a camera and just start. You know, I mean, it's nice to have attention, but that's not the sole goal to be here. It's true. It's much harder to get a message across if you don't have a person's attention. But once you have the attention, respect it and be genuine and authentic and as much as you possibly can. And so I spend the majority of my day really taking care of myself. I'm looking the first thing I'm thinking about when I wake up tomorrow, I want to go to the gym. I want to do abs before I go to the gym. Then I want to do abs when I get in the gym. And then I want to go do some calisthenics in the park and run. Right? Some cardio. So that's all I'm thinking about literally like once this is done, you know? Or maybe even eating an avocado sandwich and then going to sleep. Right? But I really wasn't sure what kind of just disregard any background noise that you hear. There was a celebration here today, and people are still leaving and gathering family members and whatnot. So there's noise in the background. It was a beautiful celebration. In any event, yeah. Oh, in ways you couldn't begin to imagine, George. In ways you couldn't begin to imagine. Absolutely. Oh, no question about it. We always influence each other, whether we know it or not, for better or for worse. You know? Okay. I can appreciate that, movie, but this is gonna get real deep. Okay? It's gonna get much more deep than any of you probably anticipate. Okay? So and so there's nothing like an avocado sandwich. Oh my God. Get some nice French bread, avocado, some honey mustard, some non-dairy cheese, some organic red leaf lettuce, organic tomatoes, cut some onions on it. Whew, man, it's got me thinking about it. So anyway, in any event, so about 2 weeks ago, I did a video about a book called Egyptian Light Hebrew Fire. And I don't really recall the exact title of the video. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on one second. I mean, if you go to my channel, you'll see it. But it was called Christianity, the Bastard Child of Its African Mother, Ancient Egypt. Okay? That was the name of the presentation. And as I told you guys before, though you're not aware of it, a lot of Christians watch me, particularly Christian apologists, those Christians who charge themselves with defending the faith intellectually. Okay? And so sure enough, they were watching. And I did something that I really do, that I don't do. And this is why you haven't seen me in 2 weeks. Or almost, I guess, about 2 weeks. And I feel bad because I feel like I broke a promise telling people I was going to be here every day. I'm going to be here every day. But I want to explain to you why I didn't come on and why I waited to now. And I hopefully you can appreciate it. So sometimes in order to get inspiration to do what I do, I need to remind myself why I do what I do. And so what I will do is these Christian apologists, who I've named many times on this channel, Pastor Eric Mason, Damon Richardson, Dr. Vince Bantu. I just call him Vince Bantu. Vinny boy. Pastor Bennett, Adam Coleman, and Alfredo Valentin, the whole cabal. And there's some females up in there too. I got to get their names in the future. I'll do an episode just on them. But so what I do sometimes is I'll go to their pages just to see what they're talking about, just to see where their head is, what latest falsehood are they reinforcing and perpetuating? What's the latest lie? What is the latest Christian lie they're telling? And so this is why I will frequent their pages, just to kind of get my juices flowing. Sometimes you need that catalyst, I guess, so to speak, right? It's a little bit of frustration mixed in with some, I can't wait to, address this. So you kind of just gathering ammo, like, okay, what are you talking about? Like what, like where are your heads at? What lie are you telling your congregations and your followers in order to nullify the truth about ancient Kemet and its relationship to Christianity? Okay. The two most important subjects to me when it comes to ancient Kemet, the thing that I'm interested in. First of all, for those of you who never watched me before, welcome. Blessing of the evening. My name is Shakka-Ahmose. I'm the curator of this platform, Hieroglyph with Shakka-Ahmose. And as you can see what the title says, the Christian attack on knowledge. This is what we're talking about this evening. But first, I'm giving a little bit of background as to why I didn't show up for 2 weeks. And again, it's because I went to the pages of these Christian apologists who I just mentioned. And sure enough, they had done, let me tell you how much they watch me. I'll do a platform like this, a presentation, and the very next day, they will have a response up on their platform. And sure enough, I went looking, and it just showed up in my feed. In fact, I probably didn't even go looking. It probably just showed up in my feed. Because I'm friends with some of them. Some of them I just follow their pages. And when you follow someone's page, what they post will show up in your feed. And what showed up in my feed was a response to Shakka-Ahmose claims about Osiris and Jesus, or Horus and Jesus. And I did something I almost never do. Almost never. I watched it. Normally, I'll see them post videos in response to me, but I don't really listen. I just attack their general statements and ideas that they might make in general videos. But the responses that they give to me, I don't really listen to or watch because I know that they're not real scholars. And I'm only interested in real scholarship. And so I tell anybody, you disagree with me, you're not a scholar, period. So that is, and I'm going to prove that beyond any shadow of a doubt. But so I watched the video. It was in response to the last presentation I gave, Christianity, the bastard child of its African mother, ancient Egypt. They did a response, and I'm going to show you parts of the response. But something happened when I watched the response. Right off the bat, the brother made certain claims. I'm going to show them to you. I don't put words in people's mouths because I don't ever want to be accused of that. I let people speak for themselves. And so I listened to the feedback. I listened to the response, and there was something about the response that didn't sit right with me. I think partly because I'm also an artist. Most of you who follow me know that I sing. I'm a recording artist, and underground, double underground, whatever you call it. I'm a recording artist, and So because music is a part of my life, things kind of register you when it comes to frequency, right? Almost like a tuning pitchfork. And sometimes something doesn't resonate quite right with you when you hear it. And you say, something's wrong with this picture. You might not know what exactly it is immediately. You just know that something's wrong with this. And so I listened to the brother's response and I looked at his citation and I went to check out the citation. And all I can tell you is that how can I put this? For 2 weeks, I had to stop everything that I was doing and do what I do, which is research. And I wanted to research his claim. And when I researched his claim, that's why I tell people, when you shake the Jesus tree, you will be shocked at the things that fall out of it. It will blow your mind. It blew my mind so much so that my whole life stopped for 2 weeks. I took a shower today and I was so grateful. It's like, oh my God, thank you. Because when I research, like, everything stops. I'm lucky if I get something to eat. When I say everything stops, like my whole life stops. I don't care who needs what. When I'm researching, that's it. And I had to research this person's claim. And my mind was blown at what I discovered. And I'm going to share it with you all. Something that I did not know was going on in Christianity that most of you probably don't know anything about unless you're a Christian. And most Christians probably won't know unless they are into apologetics or into biblical theology. Okay? So now that's a compliment of compliments. Always snapshots with my favorite comments. Where is my lock? It's over there on my altar where it belongs. I graduated. Didn't you hear the news? Right? Okay, so son, when I'm invited, I'll go back. Okay? Maybe, perhaps. So here's what I want you to do. It's part of the reason Amun Min, I appreciate you. Thank you. Part of the reason that one of the good things, because it wasn't the reason, but one of the good things that came about with me cutting my lock, sharing my lock off, is that it's less of a distraction. And instead of focusing so much on my appearance, you can focus more on what I'm saying. Because what I'm saying would be just as effective if I just had on a t-shirt and jeans. It would be just as effective. However, out of respect for what I do, I don the proper attire, just out of respect when I'm doing what I do. So, in any event, so I looked at the response, and in order to get to the bottom of this response, I had to shake the Jesus tree in a way that I was never led to shake it before. And this is why people have to be very careful when responding in a debate. Because if you respond with a certain type of answer to the wrong person, you're actually going to give them far more ammunition than you meant to. And that is certainly what happened in this case. I'm going to show you the person's response. I don't know if I'm going to show it this evening, or I might show it in the next broadcast. I don't know. I'm winging this right now. There's a few things I'm going to wing tonight. If I present the way I plan on presenting, one of the things that I'm going to be doing, I realize I cannot type out everything that I want to show you guys, because if I take the time, you will never see it. You really don't understand how much I read in a very short amount of time. Okay, what it might take some people a month to read will take me 2 hours, 3 hours maybe. And because it's coming so fast, instinctively I want to share it with all of you. So I stop what I'm doing and I type these things out. That's why my presentations always look the way they look. But I had to accept the fact that I said, Shaka, if you type out everything that you want to share with these people, with your platform, with your viewers, if you are typing it out to make these pleasant looking or effective looking PowerPoints, they're not going to see all of it, because you're going to spend more time typing and less time broadcasting. And so I had to make a compromise. And so the compromise is I'm going to have to do a number of things. One is I'm going to, and I enjoy using StreamYard. So one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm going to use the PDF platform, which I often present on, so that you could see the platform and myself at the same time. But then I'm also going to share my screen in Zoom fashion, where you could only see the PowerPoint. So I'm using the actual PowerPoint and the PDF of it, because I'm going to have to go back and forth and jump back and forth. Because a lot of these things, not only that, I'm going to have to go directly to the sources, open them up on the screen, and share my camera for you to see it. Kind of like when I did years ago, exposing the origin of Islam. And my brother said I had to put the camera on my computer, and I just showed everybody in real time what I was doing. I'm thinking that a lot of that is going to have to take place on this platform in order for me to show you all the things that I want to show you, because there's so much. I watch a lot of these people who deconstruct and debunk the Bible, and as good as some of them are, because some of them are pretty interesting. See, the beautiful thing about the Bible is such a large piece of literature, and the way it's constructed, there are people going to notice things that you will never notice, even if you study for 100 years. It's just how it is. So I try to listen to a little bit to everybody. But one of the things that I realized, because of the way I study it, is that I understand that most people don't really know, they don't really know just how deep this whole Bible controversy really is. It's much deeper than most people know. It really is. It's much deeper than most people know. It's not, it's, they did this and Council of Nicaea and blah, blah, blah. No, it's so much deeper than that. It's so much deeper than that. So much so that if you don't take it serious, you'll never get to the bottom of it. You'll hit like surface things, right? Oh, it's copied from Kemetic, blah, 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 blah. It's the details that are mind-blowing. I'm about details. The details are absolutely mind-blowing. And there's really no other way. There's really no other way to oh. Okay, so and Inumek, I appreciate that. Duao. I grew up with him. With Professor Wilson. May he live forever. So when I'm studying, there are things that I come across that none of you know anything about. Take my word for it. And I know that you don't know, because the level of study that I had to do in order to discover these things is crazy. Like, watch the sun up and go down 2 or 3 times before I even go to sleep, just to like get to the bottom of certain things. The amount of sheer reading and literature that you have to cover, it's phenomenal. But the things that you learn, to me, make it worth it. And so we're going to talk about something this evening. And if it leads me to present, then I will present. And part of the other reason that you haven't seen me, like I finished the presentation, I think like 2 or 3 days ago. But what people don't realize is that when you focus on something like that, your mind leaves your present reality and it goes into the literature that you are consuming. So it's almost like you're literally going away. And when you're done, after however long you've been researching, because I researched 2 weeks straight, about a week and a half straight. When you stop, you can't just jump back up like you've been here the whole time. It's literally like coming back. You have to come. It's like scuba diving, very much like scuba diving. When you scuba dive and you're diving deep, you can't just swim back up to the surface. You'll die. You'll hurt yourself because of the oxygen nitrogen ratio in your blood. You have to stop and you have to allow the chemistry in your blood to balance out. So you might have to stop at certain places while you're swimming back up. You might have to stop for 30 minutes here. You might swim up further, have to stop for 45 minutes there. And then eventually you'll get to the top. Research is exactly the same way. At least for me, it is. I can't speak for everybody else. But I also know that when it comes to research, most people don't deep dive the way that I do. Especially, and I think part of it is because it's almost like a war to, I mean, I don't want to put that word out there because it's ubiquitous these days, but it's almost like a war mentality. You understand what I'm saying? So, I appreciate that. It's a very thoughtful thing to say. Joe Cool is funny. Hey, you said it, not me. Okay. It's not about being a genius. It's about what it is though about, and I will share this with you. I don't normally share this with people. What it is about when it comes to research, a certain kind of research, some talent is required. If you don't have a certain talent when it comes to the kind of research that I do, you're wasting your time. It's a waste of time. I'm just telling you, it's no different than, like, I watch a lot of lectures about physics. And when you're listening to a physicist who really understands physics in a very intimate way, it's very special. The command of their subject matter that they have of the subject matter it's almost divine, as if they have become one with the subject matter. And that's what happens when I research. You become one with the subject matter. It becomes a part of you, a living part of you. And so, and not to mention, I appreciate you very much so. Right? I appreciate you very much so, Toy Master. Oh, facts. Yeah. The starvation part, the long hours and the sore eyes. Don't forget the sore feet and especially the sore back. Don't forget that part. Don't forget the sore back, bro. You got to put the sore back in there. That's why I stretch during the daytime. I have to. From sitting for so long and studying so many hours, it's a lot of compression on your spine. A lot. And so you have to stretch the next day. And something I didn't discover until recently, I enjoy stretching more than I enjoy bodybuilding. I used to bodybuild professionally and powerlift as well. But I've actually been to his lectures at the Hayden Planetarium because it's a walking distance from my house. Yeah, I sure have. In fact, I've taken my son to the Hayden Planetarium to meet him in person, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I don't know what it is. Every time I meet celebrities, they're always cracking jokes on me. I don't know what it is. They just feel like I'm like I don't get it, but because Neil Tyson deGrasse did that, so Neil deGrasse Tyson did that to me. Uh, so did Eric Michael Dyson. So did I don't know, but I think there's a way of breaking the ice and making a memorable moment. But they always like cracking on me. So anyway, let me just get started. Let me do what must be done so that we can officially start. And I think by now you all already know what that is, and I will see you on the other side.
On my own, but I ain't never alone. I got these haters wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I seen so many great things, it's like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. On my own, but I ain't never alone. I got these haters wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I seen so many great things, it's like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. I see it all.
Looking back, I see you there. Seen so many great things. Hey, look at that. Surrounding myself with the best that this life had to offer on my own. Looking back.
On my own, but I ain't never alone. I got these haters wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I seen so many great things, it's like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. On my own, but I ain't never alone. I got these haters wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I seen so many great things, it's like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. I see it all.
Looking back, I see you there. Seen so many great things. Hey, look at that. Surrounding myself with the best that this life had to offer on my own. Looking back.
Okay, so welcome back. We are here. And welcome. One of the things that you guys might not realize right now is that my mind is still dealing with the things that I encountered when I was researching. I did not expect to uncover what I uncovered. And I would say it's still probably blowing my mind. And so I had to wait for a few days to let it sink in before I just got up here and started spouting my mouth off about it, right? I had to really let it sink in, let it marinate, become a part of me, so to speak, and so that I would be comfortable with it. And then just recall things as they come. Okay? So let me start. Let me begin without belaboring the point. So I went, as I said, I saw this video response to my last presentation. Okay? And I'll just give you a little taste of it first. And once I do that, I probably won't talk about it, but I will talk. I'm not going to talk about what he says. I'm just going to continue from where I left off. So this is the part of the response that they did. Okay.
He slides into, again, another talking point we've seen before about how the resurrection is a complete ripoff of, the Egyptian belief system. So I'm just going to run through these quotes. You guys have seen this before, but just want to be on record saying it again. So here we go. This is from the Encyclopedia of Religion, Jonathan Z. Smith. Osiris was considered to be the mythical prototype for the distinctive Egyptian process of mummification. Icon- Iconographically, that Osiris is always depicted in mummified form. The descriptions of the recovery and rejoining of the pieces of his body are all elaborate parallels to funeral rituals. the Virgil over his corpse, the hymns of lamentation, the embalmment, usually performed by Anubis, the washing and purification of the corpse, the undertaking of the elaborate ritual of the quote opening of the mouth with its 107 separate operations, as well as other procedures for reanimation, the dressing of the body, and the pouring out of libations. Right here, we can end. This does not sound like the death and burial and resurrection of Jesus.
You're like not even close, bro.
Okay, so uh, so you saw it, uh, you heard it, and that's just a little piece of it. Okay, so and just so that you know who was talking, because he didn't have his face shown, I'm gonna let you see who that was right quick. I'm gonna share my screen. Let's see, share screen. Here we go. All right. So let's see. There we go. Okay. So this is what you just saw. This is what you just saw on the screen. Okay. That gentleman in the top square, that's Alfredo Valentin. He was the one speaking. He calls himself BK Apologist, the Brooklyn Apologist, and hardcore Christian, part of the Jesus cabal that I'm always talking about. He's the one they normally sick on me, or maybe he takes it upon himself to do it for them. I don't know, but he's not a scholar at all, and does very, very poor work. In fact, if he was in my classroom, he would fail all the time because the things that he says are so easily disproven. This is the same person that said there was no plagiarism in antiquity, that it wasn't a thing, literally out of his mouth. I documented it, put it on camera with him saying it, and then proceeded to show you for an hour all of the documentation saying that plagiarism was indeed a big part of the ancient world of antiquity. So what I find to be true is that those people who are really devoted to belief, they take no accountability for miseducating people. Even once it was proven that he was wrong, neither he nor Vince Bantu made a video apologizing to the general public for miseducating them and for basically lying to them. And it's almost as if I'm learning a lot about people who live in alternative realities. And I'm learning a lot about the concept of alternative facts. Alternative facts are really just a euphemism for falsehoods dressed up and presented as facts. And so they have no problem with it. They have no problem with the fact that documentation that completely refutes them, responsible documentation, an abundance of it, establishes that they are indeed incorrect, wrong, and that they need to retract and concede what they've said. But they don't do that because they're not interested in facts or truth. They're only interested in being heard. And for some reason, there's a tradition amongst these people that causes them to think or believe that because they respond or react and speak, that therefore makes them that therefore takes the place of a successful refutation. And it doesn't. It's just a distraction. And what I have found about Christians is that the one thing that they are best at is distracting, but they use a special kind of distraction. How can I put it? They manufacture pseudo scholarship simply as a distraction. Simply as a distraction. And then what has to happen is that persons like myself who understand the game, we have to go behind them every step of the way to show you how deceptive they are and to show you the kind of psychological games that they play on people. And most of you think that you know Christians. You don't know Christians. You think that you do. The problem is that you're used to the average Christian in the street. You don't know Christian academia, and it's almost a contradiction in terms. It is. Christian academia. It's a contradiction in terms, but and it's a nonsensical statement just to put the two together. But there is such a thing called Christian academia. They identify and are referred to as Christian academia. But the level of mind games that these people play in the field of scholarship is mind blowing. And there are things that most of you can't talk about because you don't know about it. And so, one of the things that one of the things that disturbed me about this, like I couldn't figure out, with everything that we've shown over the years to establish the truth concerning the relationship between Osiris and Jesus. I kept wondering why. Okay, I understand that Christians are exclusively devoted to Christ. I understand that. There's an inherent exclusivity in their worldview and in their doctrine, right? But I couldn't figure out what it was that was their real objection. Like, why were these Christians, like, why does the Christian community, the Eric Masons, the Damon Richardsons, and all of other ones, the Pastor Bennett and all these people, I kept asking myself, why is it they so vehemently deny these correlation and parallels and evidence, primary and otherwise? I said, well, what is it? I said, maybe we're just not doing a good enough job. And so one of their critiques, because they did another video about me not too long ago, and one of their critiques was that it was off of the Virgin Isis video that I did here on Hieroglyph. One of their critiques was that I critiqued and exposed Pastor Jerome Gay Jr. And they said in their response that I should have just asked him who the they was when he was talking about they're getting this from Zeitgeist. And they said I should have asked him who the they was. In other words, he wasn't referring to everybody in the Kemetic community. He was just referring to a lot of YouTubers who don't really know this stuff that well. And truthfully speaking, in that vein, in that light, he may have had a point. So I have to concede that point to Jerome Gay Jr. If those are the theys he's referring to, right? And perhaps we shouldn't lump people in one big category. But to the best of my knowledge, they don't make such distinctions. When he said they're getting this from Zeitgeist, as far as I'm concerned, you're talking about anybody making the claim that there's a relationship between the religion of ancient Egypt and Christianity. And so I don't need to play the splitting hair games and ask who the they was. I know who the they was. You're talking about all of us, anybody who says it. So that was just a distraction. That's a Christian distraction. But I said, you know what? So instead of thinking, being Shakka-Ahmose, I just reacted to what I just showed you that he said on the screen. And I started to respond. And when you respond to somebody, you have to respond not just to what they're saying, but you have to respond to their source. You understand? Because that's what he's predicating his response on. It's not coming from him. What Alfredo read there did not come from him. He quoted who it came from. It came from Jonathan Z. Smith. Keep that in mind. Because I didn't at first. At first, I was like, well, that's some BS. Let me just respond. Let me show some primary sources and blah, blah, blah. And then I started to, I was going to show some parallels between what ancient Egypt believed about resurrection and what Christians believe about resurrection. And in one of my previous, I think in the last presentation I did, I showed the parallel between the resurrection inside of the Egyptian tomb and the resurrection in the tomb in the New Testament with Jesus being raised. I showed how they were connected exactly by using two verses from the pyramid text and then explaining and breaking down the Christian text in a context in the way Christians don't know anything about, because they don't know the original ritual. The opening of the mouth, the resurrection ritual, the opening of the mouth is part of the resurrection ritual. And because they don't know anything about that, they didn't understand why two things were mentioned in that passage in Matthew. That when Mary and whoever was with her showed up at the tomb, that there was a man sitting in the tomb in a white robe. And as I explained in my last presentation, there was a reason why he had a white robe. That was an allusion to the Egyptian priest who performed the ceremony called the opening of the mouth in order to raise, so the spirit can be raised. And if you notice, when he explained to Mary and whoever was with her, when he explained to them, he said, "You're looking for Jesus." He did not say that he had been resurrected. He did not say that God had resurrected him. He only said these words: "He has been raised," period. Christians take that to mean, oh, he's resurrected, blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying it doesn't mean that. Well, there's a reason why the term raised was used. Because when you go to the exact corresponding Egyptian text, that is the exact words used. Raise yourself. But it is by virtue of the ritual and what the priest is performing. They edited out the ritual in the Bible and they only kept these aspects of the story, of the sequence. So I explained all of that in the last episode, in the last broadcast. So being I was going to respond to what he said here in this passage, right? Osiris was considered to be the mythical prototype for the distinctive Egyptian process of mummification, iconographic. Oh, and by the way, if you notice, he couldn't pronounce iconographically. So that alone should tell you. When I saw him stumble over a simple word like iconographically, and did you see that? Let's take a look at that. I want you to hear him. You got, because certain times people give themselves.
He slides into, again, another talking point we've seen before about how the resurrection is a complete ripoff of, the Egyptian belief system. So I'm just going to run through these quotes. You guys have seen this before, but I just want to be on record saying it again. So here we go. This is from the Encyclopedia of Religion, Jonathan Z. Smith. Osiris was considered to be the mythical prototype for the distinctive Egyptian process of mummification. Iconographically, that Osiris is always the.
He never even got it right. A simple word like iconographically, you had problems with, and you're trying to debate someone like myself with my level of elocution. Are you serious? I mean, I can't. It's hard for me to take you serious. You couldn't pronounce that's a 8th grade word, 9th grade word, and you had problems articulating it, pronouncing it. But you couldn't pronounce some of the simple words in the type of literature that I read and study. If that word gave you problems, you would be lost, utterly lost, Alfredo, because I know you're going to see this. Oh, and by the way, you should notice that he entitled that broadcast his last and final response to Shakka-Ahmose. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Because when he sees what I'm going to do with this response, I don't think he's going to want it to end like that. My pride would be way too hurt. Forget about false pride. I'm talking about my real pride would be way too hurt. So, in any event, so I said, okay, this is what he said. Let me respond. I said, let me just go get some more primary sources and do a comparison. So I was going to go back to kind of where I left off in the tomb about resurrection. And I was going to say, okay, well, this is what ancient Egyptians believe about resurrection. And this is what Christians believe about resurrection. And then I stopped. I said, wait a minute. I said, Shaka, you already know how this goes. All Christians, most Christians, do not believe the same thing about everything in this one brand name called Christianity. That's what it is, the brand name. They don't all believe the same thing. That's why you have 8 gazillion denominations, right? And then they even pretend that but they do believe on fundamental things, which is a lie. It's false. So they would tell you, oh, their main disagreements are Christologies and sacraments and so on and so on. But the main things they agree on, that his atonement on the cross for our sins, his bodily resurrection, and I forget what the last one is. I think I can't forget what the other one is. I kind of forget what the other one is right now. It's not important. But they pretend that they agree on these fundamentals. We get the term fundamentalist from. Okay. So we're going to go into this. So I said, well, I said, maybe Adam was right. Adam is the other guy on the bottom. It's his platform that they're actually on, True ID, right? And in fact, that's the title of it on the bottom. Apologist Final Response to Shakka-Ahmose, right? BK Apologist Final Response to Shakka-Ahmose. So he thinks it is. But so I said, you know what? Maybe they're right. I said, instead of jumping the gun, why don't I just call them and ask them, what do you believe? Now, I'm not going to tell you who I called, but I called one of them. And they took the phone call. It was a wonderful, wonderful phone call. And I made it clear to them that I was going to share our discussion on this platform, so there's nothing to hide. The only thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to say who it was, right? But I called one of them and I asked them, I said, hey, what do Christians actually believe about resurrection? And here's why I did that. A lot of African Americans, or American Africans as I prefer the term, such as myself, many of us believe that just because we grew up in the church and just because we come from Christian families, we therefore think that we grew up in the church. And the reality of it is that's not true. Most of the time you were in church because you just had to go. You was basically being babysat. It's not like you was really paying attention. It's not like you were like into the verses and into the scripture and asking existential questions and learning doctrine and theology and exegesis and hermeneutics. Like no, that's a later stage for those who are serious about their faith, who are dedicated to their faith and serious about explicating upon it and defending it and teaching it. And so that's a whole nother level of the church that the average Black Christian doesn't get to or go to. And so I said, we might need to be a little less cocky and ask them, what do you believe? And the reason why I thought that was important is because it's very easy to presume that you think you know what somebody believes, but you might get a whole different thing when you ask them. Or you might get, like I got, more than what you bargained for, which is a good thing in my case. So I called them up and I asked them, I said, what do Christians believe about resurrection? And he started to give me a general explanation. I said, no. I said, give me the details. Describe it. How do they see resurrection unfolding? Give it to me in a step-by-step process. What takes place? Now, there's a reason why I formed the question that way. Because if I'm going to compare it to the Egyptian resurrection, I need details. I'm not trying to make sweeping claims. I'm a scholar. I'm the real deal. I'm the real deal. So I had to ask real questions and get real answers. Now, what you need to know is that this is not just your average going to church every Sunday only Christian. This is a well-learned Christian. Okay? This is someone who's educated about Christianity, at least the conventional worldview of Christianity. In fact, their vocation and what they do for a living is in that context. Okay? And so I figured, what better person to ask? So I asked him. And I literally wrote out every word he said, just so that I would be responsible in my scholarship, because I'm very meticulous when it comes to scholarship. One must dot their I's and cross their T's and pronounce iconographically correctly or correct, right? So, always about the grammar, right? So, I asked him, what do you believe about resurrection? Now, mind you, he was driving at the time on the highway, and it went deep. I mean, he didn't hold anything back. Was very forthcoming, and especially for someone like myself, because if you're holding back, I'm going to ask the questions to elicit what it is that I'm looking for. I want details, so that when I hold you to these details, you can't say, "Oh, I didn't say that," or "That's not what we meant. That's not what I meant." It's like this was your chance to shine, as someone who I love very much says. This is your chance to shine. And so that was his chance to shine, and I gave it to him. And fortunately for him, perhaps it was off camera. Nobody had to worry about saving face. There were no egos involved. It was a real, genuine conversation. Because I said to myself, I said, Shakka, these guys live this. They study this. Like they're betting the whole farm on it. Give them the respect of asking them what they believe. And so I have it in the presentation, word for word, what they believe. And I think many of you will be fascinated by what you see, because this is the fundamental perspective on what Christians believe about resurrection. Okay? And when you see it and you collate it with the resurrection in ancient Egypt, I think many of you are going to be exceedingly surprised. I think most Christians are probably going to be shocked. I think a lot of people in the Kemetic community, and maybe the Hebrew Israelite community, and the Muslim community, anybody who's watching, atheist, whoever, agnostic, whoever's watching, I think many people are going to be very, very shocked. Because the one thing you don't do in scholarship is you don't take things for granted. You don't think that you know something just because you're familiar with an aspect of it. No. Respect the subject matter. Respect the persons involved. That way you show respect to yourself and to the people who you're teaching, because you got it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Okay? So once I got that information, I put it in the presentation. Nice and safe. It's in there. Don't panic. It's in the very presentation that you're looking at on screen. So then I did something else. I went back to this quote that he quoted, because I wanted to see. I said there was something wrong about this quote. See, I really wish you guys really knew how I thought. I said there's something wrong about this quote. He's quoting from some encyclopedia, but the way the contributor wrote the passage, it wasn't written in a scholarly fashion. It wasn't written in an objective tone. It was very polemical and apologetic. So if you go to any encyclopedia and you look up Osiris, for the most part, you are not going to see someone say the things that this person said. So he said a lot more than this, by the way. This is just the first slide. He did like 3 slides, and they're all in here. I'm going to let you see what he said. But I was like, who is it? I'll let you see it, and then we'll come back to it. We can always play it if we have to, but I'm going to let you see it, okay, so that you can understand why this really caught my attention and why I wanted to address it. So let me show you what else he said, okay?
Let's continue. Through these parallels, the individual Egyptian dead becomes identified with and addressed as Osiris, perhaps earliest in pyramid text 167a to 168a. The myth and ritual of Osiris emphasizes the message that there is life for the dead, although it is of a different character than that of the living.
Now, I don't know how many of you caught that where he tried to slip in the word very. That's very important, very key. Very key, if you'll pardon the pun. He went to say it is of a very different, then he said he realized the word very is not there. But he tried to put it there because their job is to create as much disparity and separation and difference between the religion of ancient Egypt and the religion of Christianity. Why? It serves a specific purpose. The purpose it serves is to establish the very thing that is at the center of the Christian identity. And while most people would think that it's the resurrection that is at the center of Christian identity, it's not. Other people had stories of resurrection. Christians will tell you that. They will tell you that. These two right here, these two people will tell you that. That is not what is at the center of the Christian identity. What is at the center of the Christian identity is the uniqueness of their religion. Don't forget that word. If you forget that word, you will lose any debate that you have with a Christian because you will not understand what it is that they are fundamentally trying to protect. Okay? So they are under the impression that Christianity in antiquity was unique. And therefore, the appropriate way to discern it and distinguish it from other religions that were contemporaneous with it in antiquity, and that includes the religion of ancient Egypt, is to highlight its distinctiveness. What makes it distinctive? Not what makes it like the other religions. In fact, to do that, they consider that heresy, academic heresy, scholastic heresy. It's wrong to focus on what makes them alike. In comparative research, you're not doing comparative research unless you focus on what makes it different. I said, well, where did this come from? Like, who said this? Like, who determined this? Who, this rule just fall out of the sky? So I said, okay. I said, well, Shaka, time to put on your thinking cap, your thinking cot. And I did. So I went back to this quote. So you heard what he just said, right? In fact, since I let you hear that, because we're going to have to come back to it again anyway.
Say it again, that there is life for the dead, although it is of a different character than that of the living. What is to be feared is dying a second time in the realm of the dead. Book of Going Forth by Day 175 to 176. He did not return to his former mode of existence, but rather journeyed to the underworld, where he became the powerful lord of the dead.
Okay, so you notice how he put the emphasis on the dead. Right? He became the Lord of the dead, not the living. This is what they want you to think, that Osiris became the Lord of the dead. And he focused on it and he put it in red. Okay? He focused on it and he put it in red. So he wants you to focus on Osiris being the Lord of the dead. See, in the Christian mind, Jesus is the Lord of the living. Okay? You have to look at where the narrative is going. I'm going to show you something. But let's continue.
In no sense can Osiris be said to have, quote, risen, in the sense required by the dying and rising pattern. Most certainly, it was never conceived as an annual event.
So I said, well, wait a minute. Who writes an encyclopedia article like this? In no sense. I mean, such an absolute statement. I am the last word on it. I am the first word. Scholars don't write like that. Scholars simply just don't write that way. And to exacerbate the term, in no sense can it be said that he rose in the context of the pattern of the dying and rising God. So I'm listening to this discourse. I said, okay. I said, instead of react, listen to what they're saying. Okay?
In no sense can Osiris be said to have, quote, risen, in the sense required by the dying and rising pattern. Most certainly, it was never conceived as an annual event.
I'm just sharing that with you because I want you to remember what he said and what he read. Because we're going to talk about who wrote this. And I'm going to show you how people will go to any length to mess with your mind. You have to understand the sophistication and the amount of work that these people put in to mess with your head, to control your thinking. It's much deeper than you could ever imagine. Because I'm going to show you guys something. Your jaws are probably going to be like, yes. But this is the stuff they know that you're not going to look into. Pay attention.
The repeated formula, quote, rise up, you have not died, whether applied to Osiris or a citizen of Egypt, signaled a new permanent life in the realm of the dead. They didn't come back to earth. They were reanimated in the realm of the dead.
Yeah, notice how he's focusing on dead. So you see, resurrection and life in this narrative is being preserved for Christianity. And therefore, Egypt, the Africans of the Nile Valley, must be excluded from this paradigm in this book, the Encyclopedia of Religion, with a passage contributed by Jonathan Z. Smith. So I said, well, this is interesting because in an objective text, such things would not be so they wouldn't be so what's the word I'm looking for? In an objective text, the person wouldn't be so adamant. You understand? Oh, Alfredo's gonna be hurting when this is done. When this is over. Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you something that don't expect to see the whole this presentation is going to go on for about a month, maybe a few weeks, maybe a few days, I don't know, but it is, and it's not even that long. It's so deep. What I discovered after hearing him read this, like, nobody blows my own mind like I do. like y'all think I blow your mind? I blow my own mind. There are things that happen when I'm studying and researching where I have to stop, turn off the computer, and just lay down because I can't believe what I just read. Like that will happen to me at least 3 times in a day when I'm studying. Where I have to stop, turn the computer off, and lie down and let it resonate through my body because I can't believe what I just read. Okay, so yeah, that's a pretty true statement. That I couldn't have said it any better than that. I really could not have said it any better than that. So I'm just hold on 1 second. All right, so I'm listening to this diatribe that he's reading. In no sense can Cyrus be said to have risen or resurrected. In no sense. He is in the realm of the dead. And those who believe in him, when the person in Egypt died, they become citizens of the realm of the dead. So notice how many times, I'm gonna let you go. We're gonna go back a few times and look at that. Because I want you, not right now, but I'm gonna really sink it in so you can understand what is going on. And this is deep because this is what they talk about when we're not around. And it's a whole conversation that the Kemetic community has not been a part of because the Kemetic community has not been doing their homework. The Kemetic community thinks they fucking know everything. That's why that debate with Vince Bantu and someone else didn't go too well for the Kemetic community. Okay? And that's just the truth. In fact, they still brag about that debate. These Christians, they brag about it hardcore. Hey, if I ain't gonna hold my tongue for them, I ain't gonna hold my tongue for anybody else. I'm just keeping it 100. Okay? So, in no sense, right? Let's take a look at one last one that he said.
Osiris is a powerful god of the potent dead. In no sense can the dramatic...
Yeah, you see how he lingers on dead? The potent dead. Right? In the realm of the dead. Everything is, listen.
Osiris is a powerful god of the potent dead. In no sense can the dramatic myth of his death and reanimation be harmonized to the pattern of dying and rising gods. It's not there. It's not in the text. There is no parallels between Jesus and his resurrection and Osiris and his reanimation. There is a stark difference. And I don't know how many times we've said this, but here we are again, Adam.
You heard him. Out of his own mouth. I didn't put words in his mouth. You heard him out of his own mouth. There is a stark difference. He is the God of the potent dead. There's no, he said there's a difference between Jesus' resurrection and Osiris' reanimation. So therefore, Osiris can't even fit into the equation of resurrection. I want you to understand how deep this is. I want you to understand how deep this psychosis is. Because you cannot talk about your African legacy and all this I'm proud to be black shit if you don't understand the consequence of this discourse and this discussion and what they are seeking to appropriate for themselves exclusively. How many times are you going to let your precious black African children be ushered to the back of the classroom of history as if they are a footnote or a bizarre caricature that just happened to be at the beginning of history, but they didn't really do much? And they definitely didn't have anything to do with resurrection or Christianity. Unless you're talking about the early church fathers, the Athanasiuses and the Cyrils and the Origins and the Augustines and who else? And the Tertullians and so forth and so on. The Pachomius and so forth and so on. Right? That's when it's okay to talk about the black contribution to resurrection. As long as you're dealing with the early church fathers, who themselves didn't agree on much and went to war with each other and basically had one another's followers killed. Okay? That's a fact. So I listened to this diatribe and what he said, and I said, well, why? I said, first of all, who's Jonathan Z. Smith? Who wrote this? And I went and I looked for Encyclopedia of Religion, Jonathan Z. Smith. Now, let me tell you what's going to happen when you go look for that book. When you go look for that book, you will not find, now look how he did it, how people are slick. He didn't even list his quote correct. This is not how this is an incorrect reference. He put Encyclopedia of Religion, Jonathan Z. Smith. There's a problem with that. Jonathan Z. Smith did not edit, nor did he author or write the Encyclopedia of Religion. He contributed a passage or passages plural. This is one passage I know. This is one passage that I know he contributed. But he's one of many contributors. He's one of many contributors. So if you go looking for this book for the reference, you'll spend, I know the game. So the moment I realized I couldn't find any book, History of Religion, written by Jonathan Z. Smith, I said, okay, he probably contributed a passage. And sure enough, when I went and found the actual text, there it was, under Osiris, Jonathan Z. Smith, or Dying and Rising Gods, whichever it was. But he wrote it. He wrote the passage. So I said to myself, who is this Jonathan Z. Smith? And why would he make such a polemical and apologetic statement in what's supposed to be a book or an encyclopedia of the history of religion? I just found it, I thought it was very, very interesting. I just couldn't, it didn't sit right with me. It felt like something was wrong. So y'all know what I do, right? What do? Y'all already know what I do. I do damage to falsehood and bullshit. You already know that. I do existential damage. Like like scorched earth damaged. There is no recovering from the kind of damage that I do. So I said, okay. Yeah, we got over 100 people in here, by the way. I said, okay. And shout out to all of you. Pay attention. Because this kind of conversation, you're not going to have it with anyone else. There's nobody else that knows what I know to have the conversation with you. There's nobody that respects your mind in the way that I respect it, that's willing to have this kind of conversation with you. Okay? So pay attention if you're interested in this subject matter. The relationship between Osiris and Jesus and Christ, or ancient Egyptian religion and Christianity. Pay attention. Because number one, I have the attention of the Christian community. And I don't mean just any old Christians. I'm talking about the big boys. Okay? In urban apologetics. Okay? They watch and they listen to what I say. They worry about me, and they should. Their strategy now is to ignore me. Like, I care. You ignore me because you realize it's in your best interest to. Shining a spotlight on me is not intelligent, because you never know what's going to come out my mouth. You never know what I'm going to present and what I'm going to show. Because y'all know me, I'm in the show me game. I don't just do this. You know that already about me. I might get on my soapbox for a minute, but I earned the right to do that. I know what's in here. You don't. Okay? the kind of hours and days and weeks that I put into research, I put in the kind of hours that people get paid to work at jobs, real jobs. In fact, I put in more hours. So I don't particularly care when people contact me on Facebook to ask me a question about religion, and expect me to just, think about that for a minute. I'm doing 16-hour, 18-hour days studying to get answers. That's time. Time is money. I'm not being paid for that. Who's paying me for that? If not you, nobody. That's why I tell people, go see my Cash App. I'm not playing when I say, by the way, for those of you who would like to go see my Cash App, it's in the description, and it's also pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. So in any event, $ Shakka-Ahmose. That's all. So in any event, so I said, okay, who is this Jonathan Z. Smith? I said, who is he? I never heard of him. And once I found out who he was, I realized why I never heard of him. Where do I begin? How do I start? How do I share this with you? I can start with just showing you, which might be the best way. So give me a second to set that up for you. I was just wondering, who the hell is this person that would say these things? Why would he say it? It did not make any sense to me. Okay. In fact, my bad. I'm going in the wrong direction. So it just didn't make any sense to me. So, who is this person? Jonathan Z. Smith. So let's see here. I'm about to show y'all something. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Take a deep breath. In fact, I should probably just start at the beginning. Wow. I don't know. Y'all don't understand how deep this PowerPoint is. This is probably the deepest PowerPoint I've ever done. Ever. It really is probably the deepest PowerPoint I've ever done. And that's probably why I'm going to go slow. Because I don't think that I will ever present another PowerPoint on this particular subject matter like this. I don't know. Maybe I will. You never know with scholarship. And not only that, most of the stuff that I really love to study about this stuff, I haven't even presented on. So you never know. But up to this point, yeah, there are things in this PowerPoint that no one could make it except me. Put it like that, except myself, yours truly. But here's the choice that I have. After I asked one of them, I told you I spoke to one of them. I called them to ask them about resurrection and what Christians thought about it. And I told you I wrote it down. So the question that I'm confronted with, and maybe I'll let you guys decide. I said, one second. I want to be kind to myself and sit up straight. I said to myself, well, I'm saying to you guys, I said to myself, I said, it's interesting that most people don't really know what Christians believe about resurrection and why they believe specifically that. I now know what Christians believe about resurrection. But what I know that they don't know is why they believe that. Okay? It's one of the advantages you have when you know the ins and outs of the original system that it came from, which is ancient Egypt, the Osirian religion of ancient Egypt. of Kemet. And so okay. And so let's see. That's probably done, right? Just looking at the chat because sometimes someone says something interesting, right? Okay, so I said to myself, we don't really know what they believe about resurrection. But then on top of that, I had to come to terms with the fact that most people who subscribe to ancient Kemet and ancient Egypt, they don't really know what the ancient Egyptians believed about resurrection. They don't. They don't know the details. And if you don't know the details, you can't have the argument. You shouldn't even be in the discussion, and you should not be making claims. So then I asked myself, why is it that neither side really knows what the other one believes about resurrection? Because one thing I can tell you for a fact, if the Kemetic community does not really know what the ancient Egyptians literally believed about resurrection, then what makes you think the Christians know what the ancient Egyptians believed about resurrection? They have no idea. They only know what they're told by the apologist community and by their ignorant, miseducated pastors, such as Eric Mason and Vince Bantu and all the rest of them, Jerome Gay Jr. included, right? Because they are ignorant and they are highly miseducated. But you can't fault them because so is the Kemetic community. Ask the Kemetic community, ask anyone in the Kemetic community for details about the ancient Egyptian resurrection, how it actually worked. And why is this important? It's important because contrary to the lie, let's look at this lie. Let's revisit this lie that was told. Right? 1 second. Where's it at? This one. Remember this lie?
Egypt has no theology. And I think what a lot of people are getting confused when they're being addressed by Kemetics and different people that are studying Egyptology is that they have a sound system. They don't. They have no sound systematic theology or system of understanding how Egyptian theology even worked in the first place. They're working off fragments. And not only are they working off fragments, they're working off fragments that come from different dynasties. So now.
All right. Everything else he said, but all garbage, but it gets even more garbagey as it goes. So I didn't want to torture your ears with that. So he said, Egypt has no theology, they have no sound system. Spoken like someone who has never read anything about the system of ancient Egypt. You can tell this by that statement. He doesn't know anything about ancient Egypt. Not the first thing. To make a statement like that, you have to be so brand new and wet behind the ears to ancient Egypt. It's embarrassing that you would even get into the conversation. But they are so desperate to preserve their members and their numbers in their congregations and their communities because we've made a lot of inroads, more than you could possibly imagine. I'm going to do an episode just on that. When I show you at the family level, the kind of inroad and cultural level that we've made. They're fighting against that. This is not a new fight. The same fight been going on for 2,000 years between ancient Egypt and Christianity. This fight didn't start recently, although Eric Mason would want you to believe that it's recent, which is a lie. It's a lie. Okay? He wants you to think it started in the 19th century or the 18th century in Europe with Egyptomaniacs like Gerald Massey and people like that, and Helena Blavatsky and all this weird shit that they always evoke, as if that has anything to do with us or what we believe or even where we get our information from. Nothing to do with us, right? That's like somebody saying, I get my information from Ra'un Nafir Amen, Shechem and Shechem of a Source of Society. Are you kidding me? No. All due respect to the brother, all due respect to the brother and to those who follow him. But no. No, those of us who are dedicated to serious scholarship, we don't play those kind of games. Okay, that's the kind of stuff that'll get you caught out there in a debate, and you'll be holding your ass in your hand if you're debating somebody who really, really studies. I'm all about the study. I don't care about nothing else. I don't care about I don't hear about your chanting. I don't want to hear about your yoga. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have no hatred towards Kemetic yoga. It's just that, like I said, my interests are more about ancient Egyptian economics and its relationship to Christianity. That's it. That's it for me, right? So here's the choice. I'm gonna let you decide, people, because I realize that the problem is the reason nobody knows well, first of all, the reason that people think they know what Christians believe about resurrection is because most of us grew up in the Christian church and we thought we had a full indoctrination. We did not. That's why we don't really know what they really believe about it unless you ask them. That's one thing. So we take for granted that we already know. The reason that neither the Christian side or most of the Kemetic side, the reason that most of them don't really know the details about the resurrection process of ancient Egypt is because no one has taken the time to expose them to it. No one has taken the time to just say, look, let's take a look at it. This is what it actually was. This is how it was structured. No one has done that. And I'm going to tell you why. Because in order for me to do it, I had to literally sit down for like 2 days and just type. Just so I could show it to you on screen. Because it's not like it's on a PDF or on something that you could just say, all right, look, let me just share my screen and show you guys. No, and that's I just hold the text up to the camera and just let you read it as I go back and forth. Who's going to do that? That's not how you teach. So I had to stop. Now I told you my life stopped for like a few days, right? All activity in my life stopped because I had to stop. I said, you know what? Let's get past this. Let's get past this point. So the conversation can begin to start making some sense, both to the Christian side and to the Kemetic side. Okay? So that we're not arguing things that don't need to be argued about. We're not arguing against straw man arguments and red herrings and all these other so-called logical fallacies. Okay? Let's argue. If we're going to argue and if we're going to debate, then let's argue the real deal. Let's stop playing and let's get to the jugular of it all. So in order to do that, you have a choice. I can start with, because either way, you're going to get both. I just don't know which one to start with. I'm going to let you guys decide. I can start with what Christians actually believe about resurrection. We can go through that. It's not long. We can go through that. And then after we go through that, then we can go through what the ancient Egyptians believe about resurrection. Or we can go through the ancient Egyptians first, which is significantly longer because it was, why is it longer? Because it was a more complete sound system. The exact opposite of what that Muslim dude or former Muslim dude, the guy with the Muslim name, what was his name? Hold on a second. Because I don't like to just call people out their name. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. I'm like, what's going on? So his name is...
Egypt has no theology. And I think what a lot of people is getting confused.
Muhammad Tanzimur. So what Muhammad Tanzimur, who is a Christian, he runs with these Christian apologists. He said that that what they have is not sound or complete, which the exact opposite is true. That's why what the part with what the Egyptians believe is longer, because it was a more complete sound system. In fact, it was more than complete. It was airtight. Airtight. He's just never seen the whole system. He doesn't understand how it works together as it relates to resurrection in ancient Egypt, because that's what we're talking about. Forget words like theology. The word theology is not in the Bible. We're talking about resurrection. All right? Whatever way you choose to study God and whatever way the Egyptians chose to study God, that's not what we're talking about. Because that's what theology is, pertaining to God. Pertaining to God. Ology pertaining to, and theos, God. Originally, it was the gods, plural, by the way. Because originally, as far as Southern Europe was concerned, the Greeks were the first to, it's a Greek term, right? It's a Greek term. So I think that because the Christian explanation is shorter, we should look at what they actually believe about the resurrection, and then we should go to ancient Egypt. In fact, I'm gonna make y'all wait till tomorrow. I'm gonna do the Christian one tonight, and then tomorrow we will come back and we will do the ancient Egyptian one because it's long. And you're gonna hear things you never heard before. You're gonna understand in a way that you've never understood before. And I honestly think that many Christians will be grateful because at least somebody took the time to actually explain it to them, rather than all this stupid and ridiculous arguing back and forth. Because there's really nothing to argue about when you get down to it. And we're going to look at who Jonathan C. Smith is, who he was. He's no longer living. We're going to look at him. We're going to look at why he wrote what he wrote, right? And we're going to look at the BS behind why he wrote what he wrote. Because the whole history behind why he wrote what he wrote. There was a whole history behind why Jonathan Z. Smith said the things that he said. But if you don't know that history, you won't really know what the real beef is that Christians have with the Kemetic community. And trust me, the Kemetic community has no idea about the real beef that the Christian community has with the Kemetic community. They think they do because everybody in the Kemetic community sees themselves as a genius. And therefore, you get these little narrow discussions about shit you're not really even interested in. Okay? And the part of the reason for that is that most of them don't have the real answers. They don't. If they did, they would have given them to you. Trust me, I'm going to give them to you. I expect to be fully compensated for it by you all doing the right thing as I do as we go forward. If I'm dropping some shit on you that you're like, whoa, I never heard that, didn't know that, you need to go see my Cash App. That's how you show your gratitude. Okay? So, but I'm going to do that. I'm absolutely going to do it because what happens is that when people don't have the real answers, the only people who are getting played is you. People will have you tuning in to watch their channels so the same argument can keep going over and over and over again. That just gets views. See, I'm not into that. I'm into ending arguments so we can get on to the next subject matter. Most people are incapable of ending the argument because they don't have enough info. They haven't done enough comparative study. They don't know enough about the other side. I certainly most likely know a lot more about Christianity than these Christian apologists. I know much more about Christianity. Why? Because I read all of their best scholars or who they consider to be their best scholars. Yeah, no question about it. And I study their stuff. Like I literally, like when I say I study their stuff, I study their stuff. Okay? Yeah, and no question about it. Okay? I'm in there. All lit up, Jack. I want to know what they think. I want to know what makes them tick. Don't confuse biblical theology with systematic theology. Don't confuse it with New Testament theology. Oh, well, actually, no, you can confuse it with New Testament theology. New Testament theology and Old Testament theology, yeah, which are part and parcel of biblical theology. But don't confuse it with systematic theology and the other types of theology that exist. Biblical theology is an animal in its own cage. It's its own unique animal. You got to remember, unique is the buzzword with them. Okay? If you forget that, you're not going to understand their modus operandi and what makes them tick. They're always looking for an exclusionary position upon which to place themselves so that they do the instruction and everyone else is instructed. Mindfuckery. Okay? But what I'm going to show you is the lengths to which they go to achieve it. That's what you don't know anything about. And you need to know that. Because if you can't argue, see, the problem I have with YouTube and a lot of these other platforms is so many people have heard for so long now, oh, Christianity was copied from Osiris and Horus. The Bible, the ripoff of ancient Egypt. But when you get down to the details of what both sides really think or what both sides really know or what both sides really have to stand on, most people watching the argument don't know shit. They've heard this much and they think they know the whole story. They think they know, oh, yeah, I know about that. No, you don't. You're just as ignorant as the Christians. You don't. And that's the problem I had with a lot of these other platforms that were just commercial. I mean, they're not more commercializing it, but just to keep the same arguments going is like, no, let's get to some real scholarship. Let's show the people what real scholarship actually looks like, because you're not going to see it. If you think, if you are stupid enough to think that what you're seeing on a lot of these other platforms and channels is actual scholarship, then you're pretty stupid. I hate to tell you that. It's not real scholarship. What you're going to see here is real scholarship. Okay? This is the stuff that will keep you up at night. Especially if you're trying to determine, okay, what do I need to share with the people? What do they really need to see so that their understanding can be elevated to another plateau? And so in such a way that it cannot be undone. Because when you know something, there's the one thing that there's no room for is doubt. There's no room for doubt. When you know something. When you know something. So I've spoken enough. I'm going to see what you guys are saying. Okay. Oh no, you don't want to read this book. History of Religion? Oh no, don't read it. Garbage. Don't read it. Garbage. That's why the mere fact that he chose that book should tell you it's garbage. Okay? It is garbage. And I'm going to show you why it's garbage. Okay? Look at this. Get to the information already. Get to my Cash App already. Why, like a slave scholar to you? I'm just here to, no. I'll get to it when I'm good and ready. All right? I'm setting it up. I'm making a priori statements that need to be, I'm setting the climate for it. Because this is no small thing what I've done here and what I've put together. So I'm not some bubblegum machine that you come and just turn. In fact, just for even saying that, there you go. You're not welcomed here. Okay? It's like people have a fast food mentality and a fast food brain. You just want everything served to you. I don't have to do no work for it. I don't have to pay for nothing. I don't have to do it. It's just gimme. Fucking disgusting. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. That's why they say don't cast your pearls amongst swine. That's swine. The pig, a hog. Just gimme. Gimme. That person can go straight to hell with the Christians. Because that's where most of them going. Because they think they're worshiping God. You know, the most dangerous thing in the world is to think you're doing one thing when you're doing the exact opposite. That is dangerous. So when you see why certain communities suffer the way they do and things happen to them, there's a reason why, because you're inviting it. The most dangerous place to be these days is the church. Not just a school, but a church. Think about that. And not just the church, the mosque, and the synagogue. These are the most dangerous places to be these days. Ain't nobody walking into an African animist temple and blowing it up. It's only these psychos in all three that I just named. And I hate to say this, but this is the truth. I can show you something right now that I'm going to wait to prove to you what I'm saying is true. The most dangerous thing in the world is to think you're worshiping one thing when you're actually worshiping the opposite. It's dangerous. It is very dangerous. And it can fuck you up. It can mess you up for generations. Mark my word, generations. Talk about people saying, I'm breaking generational curses. No, you're not. If you're taking your ass back to the church, if you are worshiping Jesus as God, and if you are doing these things, you're not breaking generational curses. You are reinforcing them. But if nobody can tell you that, carry on. Enjoy yourself. It's none of my business. Except for when I stand by and I see the carnage of what's happening in these churches. Because Jesus damn sure doesn't give a fuck and doesn't care. Or maybe he's lonely and just wants more souls with him. But the average Black person throughout our community, because of the religious indoctrination and miseducation, they couldn't think their way out of a box when it came to deconstructing a religion and determining the veracity of it or not. Because they don't care to know about their own religion. They don't care. That's the one thing I learned about Christians. They don't really care. They're what I call habitual Christians. They just do it out of habit. This is what a habit they picked up from Nana, from Papa, from Mama, from Daddy. So I just picked it up. I'm raised in a Christian family. This is what I know. Go to Atlanta. It's so many Jesus heads in Atlanta. It's insane. Which is probably why Atlanta's insane, right? Or any other of these Black communities. The Black community in LA. Even these gangbangers. Most of them, they Christians. When it comes down to it, we're in the Jesus piece or same thing. These people are lost. But anyway, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to start with what Christians believe about resurrection. I'm going to look at it. And depending on how I feel, if my energy is up, then we might go to the Egyptian belief about resurrection. If not, we'll just save it for tomorrow. That's it. Okay. So one second. Let me make sure that, first of all, what you guys don't know is that, and I didn't share this with you, this is the actual title of the presentation. It's called The Christian Attack on Knowledge. Okay. You can look at it. You can see it for what it is. This is what it is. The Christian Attack on Knowledge. Okay? But before we get into it, and I knew that this was going to happen with this presentation, I wasn't really sure where I wanted to begin because there's so many different places in this presentation that I could begin. But here's the thing. And this is what makes me different from other people, particularly like the jerk that was talking about, get to the knowledge already. Where most people make their mistake when it comes to research is their approach. Your approach is everything. Think about it. If you're a guy and you want to approach a girl because you like her, if your approach is wrong from the outset, what do you think is going to happen? Now, if you persist, you may be successful. But like anything else in life, even math, if your approach is wrong, everything else that you do is going to be wrong after that. So I like what Tony Robbins said. If you're walking east looking for a sunset, you've got a problem. That should say it all. If you're walking west and you're looking for the sunrise, you've got a problem. Because why? Your approach is wrong. And the further you go in that direction because of your approach, the more wrong you are going to get. And this is why I take my time with my approach when it comes to presenting things like this. Because if I approach it wrong, I could be undermining myself and you. It could be less effective than it could be. And so that's why they say patience is a virtue. It gets you everything you want. But people with fast food brains, give me the knowledge, give me the knowledge. Okay, you want me to just give you the knowledge like that? Book a 30-minute session with me. You have my undivided attention. I have yours. And from the time we start, I hit that bell, I'm just going to give you everything you want. Straight bang, 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 bang. But right now, this is my time. And I'm sharing it with you. So respect it. Okay? Respect it. So, here we go. Right. So, all right. Oh, see what I mean? Oh, let me see, have it. Jesus junkie. I got 39 more. I told you they're psychotic. I got 39 more profiles. You can't flame nothing, sucker. And get to the damn information already. But that shows you how psychotic they are. And look, if I don't know what I'm talking about, why are you watching me if you a Jesus junkie? That alone, you just tipped your hand. You wouldn't be watching me if I didn't know what I was talking about. You would be somewhere listening to Creflo Dollar or I don't know, whoever one of these TD Jakes, TD Fakes, right? Or one of these female pastors out here. But you here watching Shakka-Ahmose? What are you watching me for, Jesus junkie? Well, I got to take a picture of that just to remind these fools. Yeah, they watching me. No question about it. So, but I want y'all to see that. That's why I put it up on the screen, to let you know that they're watching. There's a pretty good chance that the majority of people watching are Christians. Because they just want to know, when is he going to punch the actual hole in this thing? Because trust me, y'all haven't seen the actual hole yet. Ain't nobody punched the hole of Christianity. All these other people talk about it, they ain't done no real damage to Christianity. I'm going to show you what a damaged ship looks like when it's coming into port, how bad it looks. Okay? But I'm also going to take my time and enjoy it. Okay? Okay, so anyway, we're going to do away with the distractions. Let's see. Okay, so anyway, let me get rid of that off of there. We're going to break a lot of glass. You ain't got to worry about that. Hold on. A non-practicing Pentecostal. Well, you're going to love this. You're going to love this. Guaranteed you're going to love it. Absolutely. And this is why I tell you, there are Christians watching. Lots of them. More than you can imagine. Okay? So, and you'll be surprised. Some of them just really want to learn. You can't blame Christians if they're going to church and they're being miseducated and being lied to, indoctrinated, as I said, and they don't know any better. You can't blame them. It's what they know. They're just going with what they know. So our responsibility is to, if we're going to educate them. See, my job is, I'm not trying to flip you. My thing is, I think you deserve all of the facts so that you can make an informed decision. That's all. That's all. Okay? That's kind of thinking like St. Augustine. Okay? He placed a premium on facts, believe it or not. So, let me look at this. and we're going to get to it. 1 second. How can I get there fast? That's what I need to know. First of all, let me do that. Now that I've done that, let me do this. Okay, and now I'm going to do, let me see. Let me do this. I made some headway. Okay. Give me 1 second, people. All right. I'm just scrolling to the part that we need. So, and it's coming up. So, be a little patient. And here we go. All right. So, let's start. Okay. They're naive, some people. They're naive. Get to the knowledge already. That's why you're gonna stay right where you are, knowledgeless. You know? But when they in church, what they say, take your time, Pastor. Take your time. They want me to rush. So the pastor get to take his time while he's lying to you. I gotta rush while I'm telling you the truth. Right? Showing you the truth. So let's do it. Here we go. Okay. So what you're seeing next to me is the actual conversation that I had with the Christian who explained to me what they actually believe about resurrection. And it was a very interesting conversation. And you're going to hear it right now. You're going to hear it right now. I'm going to read it for you. So here we go. I type pretty fast, so when people talk to me, it's like I'm just typing. I'm like, yeah, okay, I got it. Because I don't want to say anything incorrect. That's all. It has nothing to do with anything else, right? I'm not like I don't know, doing some weird stuff. It's just that if you talk to me, I type extremely fast, and I read fast and I type fast. So I just want to make sure that I have it correct. Because one thing I'm really, really leery about is miseducating people. I'm not into that. Okay. Just to prove a point. Like I can't stand people who lie, especially about scholarship, just to make yourself look good or to prove a point. I think that is so disgusting, right? So let's look at it. We're going to look at it together. So it says here, mass resurrection, interview with a Christian apologist. Okay, and this is one of the guys in the video that you saw that was talking about, that was basically responding to me. Okay. So let's read what it says. It says, first me, I asked the question, what do Christians actually believe about the death, about the details of the resurrection? What do Christians actually believe about the details of the resurrection? And this is his response. Once you die, your soul or whatever is in an unembodied state. Essentially, that would be like in a spiritual place, if you will. And then in the last days, when Jesus comes back, and people disagree about when and how this is going to happen, but ultimately, in the last days, with the final resurrection, that's where everybody who has passed on already is resurrected. So let's stop right there. Just stop right there. So in Christian belief, all Christians, pretty much since the beginning of time, or not because there ain't been no Christian since then, but all people from the time of Jesus, because I don't know how everybody else before Jesus is going to get to heaven or get resurrected. Because in order to be resurrected, you got to accept Jesus. And so nobody has been resurrected yet. No Christians. if you follow this belief, no Christians have been resurrected yet. They will not be resurrected until the last days when Jesus returns to earth. Okay? This is what Christians believe. Don't say, oh, yeah, the seventh day. No, this is the across the board. Okay? This person that I'm talking, that is talking to me here is not one of these, oh, this is my denomination. This is my denomination. This is what we believe in. No. He's a real, he's what I would call, I guess, a responsible Christian, because he actually studies, and the crowd that he runs with, many of them study. These are apologists, they're urban apologists, and he's a published author, right, on the subject matter, in that book, Urban Apologists. So, you know, this is what they believe. So I'm going to continue. So it says, in the last days with the final resurrection, that's where everybody who has passed on already is resurrected. So nobody's going to be resurrected to the last days, people. Okay? Are we clear on that? We have to be really clear on that. For you Christians out there, people wanting to be Christian, there is no resurrection until the last days. So then you have to ask the next question. So what's going on between now and then? Where are Christians that have passed on? Where are they? Are they, as some people believe, in purgatory? Are they in, are they at a baseball game? I don't know. Are they at the Lakers game? Where are they? Like, what are they doing? Are they doing a reality show? Where are they? Those people, those Christians who have passed on, being that they are not going to be resurrected until the last days when Jesus returns, where are they? So I asked that question. Okay? All right. Now, I'm not, and one thing, don't ever get into an argument about what all Christians believe. Do not do that. That is like walking into an insane asylum and asking an insane person, well, what do you all agree on? All of you patients in here. Really? That literally is it. Because every time you pinpoint one thing a Christian says, you got 30 other Christians that say, well, we don't believe that. So it's just a brand name with a whole bunch of different religions underneath it. That's all it is. It's called Christianity, and then under Christianity, you have all these subset religions, and they are subset religions. It's not one religion with they call it, it's different religions. Period. You all think you're going to the same place with all these different maps that lead to different places? It's different religions. Okay? But I talk to responsible people, and but you'll find the most responsible amongst them don't agree on very few things. Okay? They think they agree on the important things, and that's also a lie, but I'm going to continue on with this. I'm not interested in who doesn't believe what. This is what they believe in general. Okay? So, he says, that's where everybody, he says, so in the last days with the final resurrection, that's where everybody who has passed on already is resurrected. And you return, are you ready for this? You return to a physical body. And in that physical body, you spend the rest of eternity on a new physical earth. Are we clear on that? So in the last days when Jesus comes back, people will be resurrected into a physical body on a new physical earth. Which means what? It won't be this earth. Remember that. All right? On a new physical earth, which means that it ain't this earth. That's all that means. So don't expect to see anything familiar. Don't expect to see anything familiar. Or maybe you should expect to see everything familiar, which is really what it comes down to. It's a new physical earth. Okay? So, let us continue. All right. Okay. Look, anybody in the chat who's causing disruption, who is not focused and not on point, we're talking about this presentation. If you ain't talking about this presentation, I will block you, period. I don't want distractions in my chat. It's that simple. You talk about the presentation, what we're talking about, or don't talk about anything. That's simple, okay? Now, and that goes for everybody. I don't care who you are, if I know you, if you're a fan, if you support me all the time, it doesn't matter. If you're in the chat and you're talking about something other than what I'm talking about, I'm going to block you, okay? Permanently. I only want people in my chat who are with me. When I say with me, I ain't say you got to agree with me, but you're with what's going on right now, okay? You got to have presence of mind, and I will block you. Take my word for it. Ask around, okay? All right. So, let us continue. I'm like, wait a minute. Why is that? Okay, there it is. Okay, cool. Okay, whatever. So, oops. Here we go. All right. Right, a new heaven. God is going to make a new heaven and new earth. And so it's not like you spend the rest of eternity in some spiritual place. Ultimately, God is going to create a new physical earth. He has a new heaven and new earth. Then he went on to say, and by the way, this new earth will not be a spiritual place. It will be a new physical earth. A well-versed Christian would say, this is him still talking. A well-versed Christian would say that in some sense or another, when you die, you're judged. We're all going to stand before the judgment seat of Christ. You'll be in some kind of embodied state. Now, he doesn't say when that judgment takes place. Is that right when you die? Or is that right before you're resurrected at the end of days? Or are you resurrected on a new physical earth in your new physical body, and then you got to go to court and get judged by Christ? I don't know. He doesn't say, right? Then he says, when you die, you'll be in some kind of unembodied state. This is before the resurrection. And then ultimately, at the resurrection, at the end of all things, if you will, there will be a new heaven and a new earth, at which point, so he keeps repeating this new heaven and new earth, at which point God's people, whoever they are, I guess those who are resurrected, will basically abide with him for eternity. Okay? Now, my thing is, every Christian doesn't have to believe this exact sequence and process and timeline. This is just the general outline of what they fundamentally believe. And you better believe this is what they believe. I don't care about your friend that belongs to this sect or your other friend that belongs to this sect or you grew up in this. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what they genuinely believe. Okay? They will abide with God. They will abide with him on a new earth. That's the fourth time. We will be in physical bodies as far as God and Christ will be in physical bodies, or otherwise, I don't know. I don't think anyone really knows. That's what he says. I think you can argue that Jesus, having resurrected in a physical body, like right now, he would still be in a glorified body. So the glorified body is not the same as the former body you had before you died. So let's be very clear on that, especially after you're resurrected, because after you're resurrected is when you get the glorified body. They don't say what a glorified body is. I think they kind of do, but what they say, because he's going to go on about. Let him finish. He says Christ would still be in a glorified body, which is the Christianese way to say it. But he's in like a body that's untainted by the brokenness of this world and sin. So these are metaphorical and prose type of statements with no real actual meaning. But he goes on to say, or rather, it's ambiguous. He says, you could argue that maybe he's going to be in that body for eternity, talking about Jesus. Then he continues to say, now, the disembodied state, the state between dying and resurrection, that should be disembodied, not disembodies. Now, the disembodied state, and not all Christians agree on this, he says that. And I'm just trying to give like the general view, he says that. But the disembodied state would be something like if I died right now, I would not immediately wake up on the new earth or something like that. There would be some period of time where I'm in some angelic form, a spiritual form. I would call it he said, I wouldn't call it a suspended animation. The reason why is because, as far as I can see in the scriptures, it seems like you have an awareness of yourself, because it says to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. So they take that piece of scripture to mean that if you are absent from your body and in a spiritual state of form, you are therefore with the Lord. But it doesn't say that you are self-aware. He's presuming that you're self-aware about it. Then he says, you're in a spiritual, it's like your soul, the spiritual aspect of yourself, the non-physical aspect of who you are is with Christ. Now, in ancient Egypt, they had a name for that. Okay? We'll talk about it later. It's like your soul, the spiritual aspect of yourself. Well, see, that one of the things you'll learn when you really know the actual answers to all of this is the more you listen to Christians describe this stuff and talk about it, you realize that they don't know what they're talking about, because they don't understand those things which are separate from the other. They don't understand the anatomy of man as the ancient Egyptians set forth, which is where the idea of a soul and a spirit come from. It comes from ancient Egypt. Okay, that's where it was first documented. You don't have it documented anyplace else. So because they don't understand how the original, they just think the soul and the spirit are the same thing. It's not. The spirit and the soul are not the same thing. They have different functions. They have different natures. In ancient Egypt, the system is so sound, everything has a name and it's in its place. In Christianity, it's not. That's why when Christians talk about it, they speak about the soul and the spirit as if it's the same thing. They're very out to lunch about a lot of this. They're not really sure. That's why a number of his sentences during this part are kind of broken. He's not really sure how to articulate it because they don't know. They don't know because they don't know the original system from which it came. Once you study the original system from which it came, this stuff is like kindergarten. This is like somebody trying to explain something they haven't fully learned yet. But for those of us on the opposite end of the spectrum who know it intimately, we know what's missing from your explanation. We know. You got like two pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, and you think you got the whole puzzle. And then you're talking to somebody that has the whole puzzle who's just sitting there looking at you saying, go ahead, keep trying. You'll get there. Keep trying. Okay? So let's get back and finish what he said. Okay? I want to be present. So he says, right. Man, I didn't even touch this thing and it flew. So he says, right. It's like your soul, the spiritual aspect of yourself, the non-physical aspect of who you are is with Christ for some period of time. There are some Christians who might disagree. So he says that. I don't need everybody in the chat saying, oh, but this Christian don't believe that. He says that. But I think, as I understand it, that's the correct understanding of it. And I think most Christians who are well studied would affirm something. If not that, exactly, I mean pretty close to it. So, now, why did I accept his opinion and not somebody else's? It's because this community tries to do two things, and it's what I respect about them. They try to be biblical in their understanding, and they try to be orthodox in their praxis. Okay? This is what they try to do. In other words, they're not lazy Christians. They don't entertain popular pop, what I call it, you got pop music and pop culture. They don't entertain pop beliefs about Christianity, though they do. They actually do, but because Christianity itself is a pop religion. But that's a really good term. It's a pop religion. But these people really pride themselves on they want to be able to be in a company of Orthodox Christians and speak soundly. And so people like that, you could give them the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, well, this is, like he said, there are going to be some Christians who disagree and some might see it differently. But he's just trying to give a general outline of what most of them believe. And I think there's no wrong. So we have a structure to work with. So I want you to remember everything I just read that they believe. There's going to be, when you die, number one, you don't just wake up in heaven and you're not just automatically resurrected because you believe in Jesus. There's a long period of time between the time you die and the time you are resurrected, which is at the end of days, which, as my homegirl Alexis Gates intelligently pointed out, she's not the first one to. Many have pointed it out, that Jesus said, before the next generation, I will return. Before the next generation passes away, or the next 4 generations passes away, however many generations of what he said, I forget the passage. But that time is coming, going a long time, and he has not been back. Okay? And that's where a lot of movements came about after that. People claiming to be the Messiah and all of the crazy stuff. But a lot of people can't read. And then they use hermeneutics and exegesis, right, to Jesus explain and Bible explain things away. But we're not getting caught up in that. I just wanted you to know what was said to me, and I wanted you to know what was said to me, and that this was their general belief, so that when I line it up with ancient Egypt, they can't say anything, because I went to you and I asked you, what do you believe about resurrection? And I didn't ask just one of these little, wannabe Christians out here. I asked somebody who's a full-blown, respected Christian in their community as a Christian apologist. They include him in their academic community. I mean, he would not have been published in their book, Urban Apologetics. Right? So I asked him, and this is what they believe. So now we at least have an outline, an anatomy. We have a sequence to work with. And for those Christians out there who thought that you were just going to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, and then when you die, boop, I'm at the pearly gates, let me in. It don't work like that. In your system, you will be disembodied, meaning without a body, no longer in your body. And you will I think he presumes that you will, because of that scripture that says, when you are absent from the body, you are present with God, that for that duration, you will be present with God, but disembodied. How long is that time? When the end of days comes, apparently, whatever that is, right? At that time, you will be resurrected on a new physical earth in a new physical body that they call a glorified body. Now, what does a glorified body mean? Asking you, unbroken with the brokenness of this world and untainted by sin. Okay? So, you have something to look forward to. Okay? Now, I just wanted to read that to you. I wanted to read that to you so that when I go into the ancient Egyptian, now you see how fast that was, how simple that was, right? And remember what they told you about ancient Egypt, that Osiris was the Lord of the potent dead, and that he only went to the dead and did not rise. He does not fit the pattern of the dying and rising God, but the dying and disappearing God. Okay? When I show you what they did to come up with that, you're going to shake your head. They did something to come up with that. Okay? But I wanted to read this to you first, so you know what Christians believe. Now, I'm really tempted to go right into the ancient Egyptian religion and show you what they believed. I'm tempted to do it right now. But do you know why I'm not going to do it right now? Because I want to be fresh. I want to go to sleep. I'm going to eat my avocado sandwich, drink my green shake with dates and all the other stuff with kale and watercress and dandelion in it, and turmeric and green powder and all this wonderful stuff, and coconut milk. It's so good. And wash it down with that. Or I might just wash it down with my organic berries. But I want to go to sleep and get some rest. And then wake up and go to the gym, hit my abs really hard, do some calisthenics in Central Park, work out. And then I'm going to come here and we're going to then look at the ancient Egyptian religion. And I want you to, this is a perfect place to stop, because I want to leave you with what he said here. Okay? I want you to go back. I want you to look at this and understand that for the most part, this is what they believe. I'm not mad at them. But when you see the real thing, when I show you the real thing tomorrow, you're going to see how much they left out. You're going to see the original system of resurrection and how this is just a very watered down version of it. It's very crude. Their version is it's like they're trying to explain the original. They just don't have all the parts. But you can only know that if you know the complete sound system, which this dude, Muhammad Tanzimur, thinks doesn't exist. And that's what they tell their congregations. Oh, I put the whole thing together for you. I took a week off to type it out, not just type it out, but then to show you with other documentation how the whole thing actually works. If you are smart, you will be here tomorrow. I'm not going to be coming on this late tomorrow. It'll be much earlier. But like I said, I spend my day taking care of myself, because y'all not taking care of me. If I go look at my cash app right now, what I'll find in that moment, right? So I got to take care of me. I have to make sure I get rest. I have to make sure I exercise. I have to make sure I eat right. I have to make sure my mind is sound, right? That my space is sound, right? Because my space ain't sound, I'm not sound. Anybody that knows me will tell you that. My space got to be sound from front to back. Okay? So I gotta walk about a block just to get to my kitchen. Okay, to my refrigerator. So no, I'm saying that's just how long my hallway is in my residence. But in any event, I don't know if they're going to be Nephilim, cherubs, and seraphim, but and I don't know if it's going to be millenniums, weeks, or a date. But this is what they believe. And the reason I put it up there, and I'm glad he said heavy, George, because most people don't realize that this is what they believe, and it's what they preach in church. Across the board, you'll find a few that don't believe this way. To me, they don't really matter because they're just coming up with an alternative explanation and exegesis of the text and how they interpret it. I don't get caught up in all of that. I ain't got time to discern between Seventh-day Adventists, Jehovah's Witnesses, and Baptists, and Pentecostal, and Protestants, and Catholics. I ain't got time for all of that. Bottom line is you all full of shit. And my job is to prove it beyond the shadow of any doubt. And I don't mean that to be disrespectful. I mean it to say that the Kemetic community is just as full of shit because they're not showing and proving where these two meet up specifically. And when you hear the ancient Egyptian version, a lot of people are going to say the same thing. Yo, that's heavy. I didn't know that. And the thing that I love about the ancient Egyptian one is so elegant. It's so well put together. It's so consummate. The average person couldn't think of anything like this up. The way it fits together perfectly. And when you see how the ancient Egyptian system fits together, I mean perfectly. No flaws. Then you're going to understand how inferior this resurrection is. The Christian resurrection is inferior. It's ghetto. It's a ghetto resurrection. Why? Because they didn't have the whole system. You can't come to me with a piece of a system, claim it's yours and it's unique and it actually happened, and then tell me that the parent system that created it, from which it came, is not sound and all this other garbage. No, you just don't know. You just don't know. It's not like you're investing money in researching ancient Egypt to really know. You're just getting little tidbits from here and there from idiots like Jonathan Z. Smith, who was an idiot, right? Jonathan Z. Smith was an idiot. Oh, I'm going to show y'all who Jonathan Z. Smith was. As a matter of fact, I'll show y'all him right now. The guy who came up with that article about Osiris was the god of the dead, and they were just relegated. He was the potent god of the dead. He was not resurrected. He was not animated, and all of this other, or he was only reanimated and all this other weird stuff. I'm going to show him to you, just so that you could see him. Okay. Let's see. I think he's probably going to be at about, let's see, 10. Wow, no, I had that much. Wow. 1 second, people. I'm going to get to Jonathan Z. Smith in just a second, because I want you to see what this dude looked like. He's a trip. Okay. Hold on. Coming right up. Like I said, this PowerPoint is pretty intense, and it's so much that I just wanted to be able to go to any page and start from any given point in time. Okay, let me show them to you. All right. Now, matter of fact, let me show you this picture first because you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Okay. Are you ready to see Jonathan Z. Smith? Put a 1 in the chat. Anybody who's ready to see Jonathan Z. Smith, who wrote that article in the History of Religion, if you're ready to see what he looks like, put a 1 in the chat. I want to see who's paying attention. I want to see who's really psyched. I want to show you who BK apologists quoted. Okay? Come on, people. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to see who this guy is. When I see enough 1s in the chat, I'm going to go ahead and do that. Okay? Let me see 1 in the chat. We got 1s in the chat. You want to see Jonathan Z. Smith? Okay, let's take a look at him. I want to show y'all this. He said, I'm not ready to see his face. I'll vomit disgusted. You just might. You just might. So here he is. Hold on 1 second. This is the person who wrote that article in the Encyclopedia of History of Religions. That is Jonathan Z. Smith. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let's get a close-up of this interesting looking person. Okay, here we go. Come on. There you go. This is Jonathan Z. Smith. This is the person who wrote that article. How y'all like him? You like him? Huh? This is the guy who said Osiris did not rise. He does not fit the dying and rising pattern, right? That Jesus would. In fact, he doesn't even put Jesus in that pattern because Jesus never died, right? So, I just wanted you to see him. Okay? Right, absolutely. So, this is him here. Okay? That is Jonathan Z. Smith. This is who BK apologist is going to teach black people about their religion. All right? I want you to see him. Hold on. I got a really good picture of him so you can really get a good, hold on a second. Yeah, there it is. See that? Don't he look like Christopher Lee? Look at him. Now you know why they always screaming about the blood. The blood. When I hear black women say that, the blood, plead the blood, they make me think of this. They are obsessed with blood. Okay? Yeah, this is Jonathan Z. Smith. This is who BK apologist quoted. Okay? And in fact, if you read from his book, Drudgery of the Divine, which I have, and I've read it, let's look and see what he says. He says, the Protestant hegemony over the enterprise of comparing the religions of late antiquity and early Christianities has been an affair of mythic conception and ritual practice from the outset. It has not yet become an affair of the academy. If this shift to the academy should occur, it will bring about a radical reformation of the generative questions and a thorough reevaluation of the purposes of comparison. A phenomena will be privileged only with respect to its ability for answering a theoretical issue concerning the scholarly imagination of religion. Let him who has ears hear. Now, I was glad to be able to read that to you, so I'm going to break it down for you because most of you won't understand the fucking thing that he just said. I know that about black people. They don't speak English. That's fine. So, let me tell you who this man is. First of all, that book that he quoted from, that what's his name? BK the Apologist, the book that he quoted from, History of Religion. Let's see if I can bring it up. Give me 1 second. All right. That should be, I think, at about 8. Let's try page 8. Page 7. Are you kidding me? Oh, wait. 1 second, people. Let's go down. Let's go down. Let's go down. Because that's the a priori. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff in here, homie. This is like this kind of presentation that I put together. Y'all couldn't pay for this. There's no amount of money you could pay somebody to put together a presentation like this. Just take my word for it. I know because of the amount of scholarship that I had to put into it to make it make sense. A lot of real scholarship is up in here. This is the expensive stuff. Here we go. Okay, got it. All right. So now let me put this on the screen. Hold on one second. So Jonathan Z. Smith, hold on one second. No. Share screen. Oh, I'm already still sharing. Okay, cool. Wonderful. Okay, so let's pull this up. So this is the book. Oops. History of Religion. Encyclopedia of Religion, 15-volume set, came out in 2004. It'll cost you about $2,000, $1,995. Okay? See that, people? $2,000. I had no problem with that. So here we go. I had no problem with getting my hands on it. I didn't need $2,000 to get my hands on it. I got connections. Here we go. So you can find this book in the Ocean City Library, and you have librarians who wrote a description about the book, and you need to hear the description. When I told you I knew something was wrong with this book, I said something was wrong with that quote about Osiris. And he thinks, BK Apologist thinks he ended the debate by reading from this book. This book is a piece of shit. It's garbage. And I'm going to prove it to you right now. If you go to, what is it? Ocean City Library. You see it? Ocean City Library. The librarians at this book, and don't sleep on librarians. Most librarians are bibliophiles. They understand literature. Many have a degree in library science. Okay? Yeah, there's a subject called library science that many librarians have to matriculate through or graduate from to get a degree in to be a librarian. If you're going to be a librarian at the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, right? The Smithsonian, places like that. You have to have, or even the Library of Congress. You have to have a degree. You have to have a librarian, what they call a degree in library science. It's real serious research. So when librarians are giving a critique of a book, you want to listen and pay attention. So this is what they said about the book that BK Apologist quoted from. This should give you a hint. Okay? Let's look at it. Let's read the part that's highlighted. It says, this second edition, edited by Lindsay Jones of Ohio State University, contains some 600 new entries and revision of many others. For each, the author's name is given, as was Jonathan Z. Smith, along with the date the entry was written and revised. Many entries are divided into several articles, providing a thorough and expansive history of the topic with consideration of the state of research and discussion of the sources of what? Theory and opinion. Did you hear that? Theory and opinion. He read that text as if he was reading a fact to you, that it was a fact that Osiris was the god of the potent dead, was just limited to that, and that the deceased of ancient Egypt were just limited to some spiritual realm for eternity in the realm of the dead with Osiris. This is the way he read it. And he wanted you to be impressed that it was in the Encyclopedia of Religion. But he didn't tell you the truth about the politics behind that book. I'm going to tell you. I'm a real scholar. I can tell you everything Jonathan Z. Smith ate from the time he was born. I can tell you who his homie was. I put that in quotations because they had a real beef. I can tell you why Jonathan Z. Smith was featured in that book. And BK apologists wouldn't tell you none of this because y'all don't know jack shit about the politics of academia. Y'all don't know shit because y'all don't care. Y'all don't care about shit. Y'all don't want to know nothing. That's why people don't respect you and don't respect us. I have very little respect for many people because people don't want to know shit. They think they know enough. I know that everybody had the attitude of I know enough, and that is the fastest way to never learn shit because you know enough. Stupid motherfuckers. You know enough and don't know shit. And it's the truth. It's the hard truth, but it's the truth. The amount of shit that I know about this book, I shouldn't even know. Nobody should know as much as I know about this book. But I know. And I'm going to tell and show. Theory and opinion. He presented it like it was a fact. I told you, I said, something doesn't sound right about this. Scholars don't write this way. Not for an encyclopedia. Which the first thing it should tell you is that it's not a real encyclopedia. It's the title of it. But it's not a real encyclopedia. Okay? Now, I would have to be fair to say, okay, by some standards, it could be considered a real encyclopedia. But when you know the politics of the institution that put it together, and if you know the beef between the scholars involved with this book, you're going to be like, well, wait a minute. We can't really mess with this book because there's too much beef behind it. There was a lot of beef behind this book. First of all, hold on one second. See, because y'all don't know history the way I know history. Y'all don't understand how important history is. Okay? Let's continue to read it. What else did they say? They said, in this description of the book, Ocean City Library, this is the second part of the description. And I underlined it for you right here. It says, let me make sure you can see it on the camera. It says, academic specialist. What am I? I'm an academic specialist. What does it say? It says, academic specialist may uncover some factual errors. Uh-oh. The librarians are telling you that. Academic specialists may uncover some what? Factual errors. See, there's a difference between theory, opinion, and facts. Okay? They had to put this disclaimer. Why? Because they knew there was a lot of wrong shit in that book. They wouldn't have put that on there if they didn't know that already. Academic specialists may uncover some factual errors in this second edition and may well quibble with the presentation of material by their colleagues. Why did they put that in there? They had to put that in there. You know why? Because the community that put that book together had a big beef going on. Remember I said there was a lot of things in the Christian community I didn't know anything about? That's why you got to be careful when you putting answers up. Because if you invite somebody like me in, I'm going to blow the shit wide open so everybody knows. I can handle it. Most of them can't handle it. I can handle it. I do this in my sleep. I grew up in academia. I was raised in an academic household. This is second language. This is my first language. This is not my second language. This is my first language. I was speaking this stuff before I was talking regular shit. So I understand all of the implications and what it means for an article like that to be published in that book. Who? Was everybody in agreement who worked on this book? Or was there some beef? Because if there was some beef, I want to know. Well, guess what, people? There was some beef. And BK Apologist ain't going to tell you about that. And that's why it mentioned theories, opinions, and factual errors. Because they knew that everybody involved in the project did not agree on a whole lot of shit, particularly fundamental things. And that's what this presentation is really all about. That's why it's called the Christian attack on knowledge. Y'all don't understand how deep this shit is. You don't. It's almost like taking a walk through the Pentagon and showing you rooms you didn't even know exist. It's like that. Why you don't, and why do you think I made that correlation? Because y'all don't understand intellectual warfare. You don't know how it works. Or you know, you think of war, bombs, guns, Putin, and concussion bombs, and all the other shit. Intellectual warfare, y'all don't understand it. You don't. You don't care about it. That's why you perpetual victims. Everybody's victim. You're victims of the pastors in the churches. You're victims of the teachers in the schools. You're victims of the medical community. You're victims. You can't go to the fucking store and shop without being a goddamn victim. You're a victim driving down the highway. You're a race of victims. I don't blame everybody else. I blame you because you don't fucking care. You literally don't care. Everything else is more important to you. That's why you don't know shit. I'm not going to come up here and pretend that you don't own shit. This book is a piece of shit. And I'm going to tell you and show you why. The fact that he had the nerve to present this shit, he should have it. Well, I ain't going to say that because I'll get in trouble. Okay, let me explain to you who these people are. First of all, this dude was a quack. Jonathan Z. Smith was a quack. You can look at him and tell. Okay? First of all, let me share something with you about Jonathan. Let me share something with you very quickly. Hold on. All right, let me share something with you about Jonathan Z. Smith and myself. Okay? Number one, why did I even say it like that? Jonathan Z. Smith and yourself. Because we have a lot in common. Okay? Jonathan Z. Smith and I have a lot in common. Let me explain to you some of the parallels. Number one, he was raised in Manhattan. So was I. He was raised walking distance from where I live. I can walk. In fact, I walk through his own neighborhood every day when I go to the health food store. He's from the Upper West Side. Where do you think I live? Upper West Side of New York, Manhattan. Okay? He attended Hunter Elementary School, which is the school that is under Hunter College. The college my mother graduated from that she used to take me to growing up all the time. My sibling and my younger sister and myself. We grew up in Hunter College, running around all over. When Dr. Clark was teaching there, he went to their primary school. He also went to Horaceman in Riverdale, in Upper Manhattan. Well, it's Upper Manhattan, Upper Bronx. I also went to Horaceman. A lot of parallels between this gentleman and myself. So I understand what kind of animal this is. I understand what makes him tick. And because I know everything about his whole life, he was a piece of work. That's all I'm going to tell you. He was a piece of work. Most importantly, he was an agent. He was an agent. He was an idea agent. See, y'all don't know anything about that. Y'all don't understand how social engineering works. It's brought about by idea agents. They play a key role in shaping how you see the world and shaping your mind. He was an idea agent, perfectly placed. Perfectly placed. And perfectly corrupted. What did the Greeks accuse Socrates and Plato of? They accused both of them of corrupting the youth of Greece through teaching them philosophy. Well, what do you think his first degree was in? Philosophy from Harvard. Not Harvard, Harvard. First, he attended an agricultural college, and then one of his deans recommended him and helped him get into Harvard, where he got a degree in philosophy. From there, he went to Yale Divinity School. Think about that. A degree in philosophy first, and then to divinity school at Yale. He's Jewish, by the way. So here you have a secular Jew getting from Upper Manhattan, Upper West Side of all places, in the 60s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, who got a degree in philosophy and then went to Yale Divinity to further his degree. Long story short, he was recruited by certain people at the University of Chicago, one of whom was this man. Okay? Messiah Eliade. Messiah Eliade. You see him? This is the person who actually edited Lindsay Jones. He's the one who edited this book. None of them are living. I don't think Messiah Eliade is living. They're definitely not living. But he is the one who actually edited the book. But he did it under the supervision of Messiah Eliade. Why is that important? Let me show you why that's important. He edited the history of religion. Lindsay Jones, he did it under the supervision of Messiah Eliade. The problem with that is that Jonathan Z. Smith, who wrote that article in the history of religion, had a huge beef with Messiah Eliade. They had a big beef between each other. And you have to understand that beef to understand why Jonathan Z. Smith wrote what he wrote in that book. They had a beef that you could not imagine. And I'm going to tell you what the beef was. In order to really, really understand the beef, you have to understand what Jonathan Z. Smith wrote for his dissertation to get his PhD. If you don't know what Jonathan Z. Smith wrote about to get his PhD, you will never understand what the beef was. And it was that beef that had a direct impact on what Jonathan Z. Smith wrote in that book about Osiris not rising. You have to understand thoughts. You people know jack shit about thoughts. Nothing. Zero. Your minds are wiped clean. I'm telling you this. I know. Because I see things none of you will ever see when I study. I'm telling you this. I'm not telling you this to look down on you or to talk down on you. I'm telling you. Because if you knew how much you did not actually know about any of this, it would blow your fucking mind. I know because it blows my mind. I've been studying for about 40 years. Almost. So for me to still have my mind being blown about things, it's just like, because there's always an explanation behind why somebody does what they do. Don't just let somebody read some shit to you and be like, see, it's over. I told you, no connection. It's not there. It's not in the text. Bullshit. Because what he didn't tell you is that the reason, remember I told you when he read that part, right? Hold on a second. Let me refresh your memory so you can understand where I'm coming from. Okay? Hold on 1 second.
In no sense can Osiris be said to have, quote, risen in the sense required by the dying and rising pattern? Most certainly, it was never.
Stop. Now, he said in no sense can Osiris be said to have risen, right? Or no, in no sense does he fit the criteria of the dying and rising God. Now, most of you have never heard that term, the dying and rising God, because you don't listen to Malcolm X. You don't listen to your leaders. That's why you don't deserve any. You don't. You don't deserve leaders because you don't listen to them. White people will listen to their shittiest leaders. That's why Trump has all the power he does, and others like him. Black people will not even listen to their best leaders, because we got some. I don't know what. I think we was eating ego pie when we were little, because everybody think they know everything. You don't know shit. Malcolm said, of all subjects, history is most qualified to reward all research. The most important thing to study when it comes to history is the history of ideas. Where do they come from? So where did that term dying and rising God come from? I'm going to tell you where it came from. It came from this man, Jonathan Z. Smith. He created it. Or should I say, I'm going to give him the credit of creating it, but the motif, from my perspective and from the documentation, existed before he, I don't want to say coined the phrase, because you can't really say he coined the phrase. Here's the reason why I say you can't say that he coined the phrase. Because dying and rising God in comparative religion is just one motive as opposed to another motive. You have A and B. So there's 197.3a. So these motives, so you don't understand how they classify knowledge. And in comparative religion, you have a number of motifs, and they're classified. Dying and rising God is 193.7a. Then you have 193.7b, which is dying and disappearing God. Okay? Or and then they have another one which is never even died, just disappeared God. So, and each one of these motifs have a serial number or a classification number. And this is why BK apologists said Osiris does not fit the dying and rising motif. Why? Because it's how they define it. In order to be a dying and rising God, you have to fit these criteria. You have to die, and then you have to be resurrected, okay? And be active and whatever else. I'll show you these. I have the serial numbers, everything in here, okay? But I wanted you to know and understand this. Now, why did Jonathan Z. Smith say that Osiris had never rose? A very simple reason. You have to know what his PhD was based on. His PhD was based on a book. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? So y'all don't know books. Y'all don't know the power of books. It's an old saying, the pen is mightier than the sword. That's why you're not shit. Y'all don't understand the power of the pen. I love you. And I don't mean to talk down to you. I love you all. I genuinely do. But you have to see things from my vantage point. Y'all just don't understand what you don't know, how massive it is. And what kind of job it takes to go get it and bring it to you. Y'all couldn't begin to imagine. That's like sometimes I find myself doing things and I'm like, they don't really know the kind of shit that I really do. Like they really have no fucking clue, no idea. They just think I just Google shit, be like, oh, no, you don't understand. I do real shit. Like I'm in real archives, real fucking annals of universities. Shit most of y'all don't even know exist. Reading till my eyes fall out of my head because I know somebody's lying. And you got to do a certain amount of research to get to the bottom of the lie. And if you're not willing to do that research, then motherfucker respect those who do it. Because without them, you would be as stupid as you was the day before. Facts. the book that Jonathan Z. Smith did his dissertation on is a book called The Golden Bow. Now, you have to know why that book is important. That book is important because the people who wrote it, number one, in the 18th century, 18th, 19th century, the people who wrote it came out of the universities of that time in Europe. Okay, in probably Great Britain, right? The people who wrote it came out of, in fact, I think one of them came out of Oxford. They came out of the university system. And this was not far from the Age of Enlightenment. It's kind of sandwiched between the Age of Enlightenment, between the Renaissance and the Age of Enlightenment, or shortly thereafter. But this book, The Golden Bow, what it did was it was the first book in modern history or in the modern era, except maybe something written by a writer by the name of Dupuy. But the book, The Golden Bow, what it did was it took a Greek story about a god, and it showed the parallels between this god, which supposedly had died and had been resurrected. And in this book, they sought to show the parallels between many gods in antiquity that had died and had been born again or resurrected. And in the first publication of that book, they mentioned Jesus at a time in Europe when that was a no-no. Understand what I'm telling you? At a time in Europe when that was a no-no, they mentioned Jesus in that book. This is the first time in modern history that people are having this conversation, because now it's in literature, in The Golden Bow. And the guy who wrote that book, Fraser, I think James A. Fraser or something like that, the guy who wrote the book, I have it in the presentation. The guy who wrote the book, I know this stuff so well, I don't have to go through any slides. I'm going to show you every slide, but that's going to be over a course of time. Right now, I'm just giving you a quick understanding of, see, when somebody reads something to you, if you don't know the history behind why they wrote what they wrote, you cannot debate them. You just stuck. And you know, most black people up here, they stuck. Stuck is what we do. Stuck is what we do. When it comes to questions of great import, stuck is what we do. We do the stuck dance. Oh, can't go past this point. Too much thinking, my head hurting. Okay. So there are those of us who do it for you. No problem. And I do this shit in my sleep. That's why I'm not even looking at slides right now. The level of attention that I pay to details, it's so he wrote this book, and in the first publication, it mentioned Jesus. He got a big backlash from society. Society was, because you gotta remember, this is European society. They're like Jesus is everything. So they said, yo, homie, you want us to do you like we did Bruno and burn you at the stake? So what they did was they came to a compromise. They said, you can publish the book again, and we prefer you to republish the book, revise it. And this time, take Jesus and put him in the appendix. Put him in the back of the book, in the index, in the appendix somewhere, where people who read the book, they may or may not see it. So they were moving the comparison of Jesus to the other gods out of the main part of the book, and they put it at the back of the book in the second edition. And by the time they got to the third edition, he was taken completely out of the book. Why? I told you before in the beginning of this, those of you who were paying attention, I love my students that pay attention. The main claim to fame in Christianity is not resurrection. It's uniqueness. This is why Jesus had to be moved first to the index, then to out of the book. I shit you not. Let's take, you think I'm, hold on. I know you think I'm making this up. 1 second. Here we go. Let's just do this. Okay, I'm gonna let you see. I don't care. Can I do this? Yeah, cool. Hopefully this will work. It should work. Oh, here we go. Well, that's just one mention of it. So let's look at this one mention of it. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Oh, here we go. Look, I'm going to show you this right here. This is what I was talking about a second ago. Like, you guys have no idea what I have in this presentation. Like, literally, each one of you could pay me $1,000. It would not match the value of this presentation. I'm telling you. There are things in here that if I don't show you, you will never know it exists. Now, I'm going to show you why he said Osiris does not fit in the pattern of the dying and rising God. Remember, I told you they had serial numbers for each one of these motifs. So y'all don't know. Y'all underestimate white people. That's why you always fucking lose. You always lose because you underestimate the length that they are willing to go to deceive you. You underestimate, and the first step to deceiving someone is controlling the narrative. Controlling the narrative. I will share this much with you. When I first entitled this presentation, The Christian Attack on Knowledge, I realized that I had to clarify that because a lot of people will misunderstand where I'm coming from. What I learned and what I discovered about Christians, because if you hear the title, The Christian Attack on Knowledge, the first thing that comes to mind is, oh, they just hate knowledge and they attack it. You know, the Dark Ages, Theodosius, and closing the temples and the pagan temples and burning the library of Alexandria. They just hate knowledge. They just attack bullshit. Christians don't hate knowledge. See, that's how I know you don't understand what the fuck is going on. Christians do not hate knowledge. You stupid motherfuckers. Because you think you understand what the argument is about, and you don't. Christians don't hate knowledge. That's a caricature. You will, if you think that they hate knowledge, they will catch you out there every time because you won't know what they're really about. They don't attack knowledge because they hate knowledge. They attack knowledge in order to control knowledge, to colonize it, and they don't colonize it for just no reason at all. They have a reason why they colonize it, for control. First thing you need to know is what they do. They colonize it. I showed you that documentation way back when I showed you how they took pagan knowledge and damn near forced their own children to study it. I showed you that. Basil, all of them, all of the different Christian theologians and apologists did that. Origen, all of them, especially Origen, right? Early church father Origen. What you have to understand is that Christians don't hate knowledge. They attack knowledge to control it. And they attack knowledge to control it in order to subordinate it to the Bible. That is what you have to understand about Christians. Yeah, if you don't understand the method to their madness, you will never understand their techniques and their strategies. I got them locked in a bag with a chain around it, prepared to dump it overboard. This is not, see, one of the reasons I don't do TikTok videos on Christianity like other people do. Oh, why does the Bible say this? No. This is not a kindergarten discussion about Christianity. We don't do kindergarten discussions about Christianity. And that's not a slight at my homegirl, Alexis, because I love what she does. She's bright, beautiful, and insightful, and I just love what she does. Right? She's actually one of the few that I actually like and appreciate because she's thoughtful. And you need guys, check her out, Alexis Gates. I really, really just love that sister, and her family is beautiful. Her child, her husband, the whole family. Like, y'all will fall in love with them. I promise you, because I did. I fell in love with the family. So, I mean, she's beautiful and fine in her own right, but you will fall in love with the family because they just, when you see them together, it is the quintessential Black family and what all Black families should look like. Just the love between them. But in any event, I was watching her videos because I just needed to get inspired to do this one. And sometimes I like to see what people are talking about. So I don't want to feel like I'm on the planet by myself, even though I pretty much am. That's not the point. I'm talking about like kind of like in a class by yourself, so to speak. But this is why they attack knowledge. And if you read Augustine, the early church father, and you see his thought process on reason versus faith, you will understand that. You will understand that. You will understand what the general Christian consensus is about knowledge. Oh, we ain't got no problem with knowledge, but it has to be subordinated to the Bible. Now, we all know that's a problem. That's a very, very big problem. You don't need a college degree to understand why that's a problem, but apparently our Christian brothers and sisters they need help when it comes to that. So let's just read this real fast. Dying and Rising Deity. This is from essenceoflife.org. It's a spiritual website, but it's pretty good. It's scholarly. A dying and rising deity, death and rebirth deity, or resurrection deity. So you see there's a distinction between death and rebirth deity and a resurrection deity and a dying and rising deity. There's a distinction, right? Is a religious motif in which a god or goddess dies. Okay, no, yeah, these are all the same. The dying and rising deity, the death and rebirth deity, and resurrection deity. So these are synonymous, presumably. Is a religious motif in which a god or goddess dies and is resurrected. Now, listen, pay attention. Death or departure of the gods is motif A192 in Stiff Thompson's Motif Index of Folk Literature from 1932. While resurrection gods is motif A193. See, y'all didn't know that they had this shit classified like this because y'all don't really study this shit. How are you going to debate somebody when you don't know how they define the world? You just running around YouTube, oh, Osiris and Horus and Jesus, and I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because in order to know what you're talking about, you have to be able to debate them on their own terms. See, I'm not interested in bringing them over to my side of the fence to debate them. I'm going to walk right up in their shit and destroy it. Let me not say that. I'm going to walk up right in their shit and put the pieces back together for them. It's a more constructive way of saying it. The first way that I said it, the former way that I said it was, it's just some of the old animosity that has developed between us through millennia. But all of the animosity doesn't have to be there, because you're going to find some Christians that are, because they're human beings first, you have to determine, are you a human being first or are you a Christian first? And if you are a Christian first, then you have automatically divested yourself of your humanity to a certain extent, where being humane does not fit into the equation. because being humane comes from a particular value that you place on being human. Okay? So you have to often ask people questions. Hold up, but we can have this conversation. But are you a human being first and a Christian second, or are you a Christian first and a human being second? That's an important I'll tell you something else most of you don't know about Christians. Pay attention. Because I studied them on a level that you never will. You think it's all fun and games. You think you know everything already that you need to know about it. Oh, it's just one more lecture about Christianity. It's just one more. Same shit. You think it's the same shit. Keep listening. And then tell me if it's the same shit. Okay? I want you to deal with these motifs. Look at that. They got it classified. You never heard this and never saw this. Nobody ever showed this to you. Death or departure of the gods is motif A192 in Stith Thompson's Motif Index of Folk Literature, which you didn't even know exist. While resurrection of gods is motif A193. So we have to determine, if we're going to debate these people, which one does Osiris fit into? According to Jonathan Z. Smith and B.K. the Apologist and Urban Christian Apologist, Osiris does not fit into A193. Did I have that correct? A193? Yes, A193, which is the resurrection motif. They will tell you Osiris does not fit into the resurrection motif. But let me tell you what they did do. They allowed other gods throughout the so-called ancient Near East and the Mediterranean. They allowed many of those gods to stay in that category. But they said Osiris, no, above all, he was the one that had to be moved the furthest away. That should tell you something. They went to such lengths to move him. They said, no. They said, these guys, yeah, you can compare him to Jesus. But Osiris, no. And that's why BK Apologist, when I showed you, was so intent on death, death, death. Osiris is the god of the potent dead. They went to the realm of the dead. And in no sense can he said to have risen. Y'all don't understand where this is coming from. And you still don't until you understand Jonathan Z. Smith and what he did and how he changed scholarship. Why? To keep Christianity unique. Why? Because he comes out of Yale Divinity School. He comes out of Yale Divinity School. And the one thing you are going to learn about these comparative religion programs, these courses, how are you doing a comparative religion course in and under the auspices of a school of divinity? Because that's the same bullshit they were doing at the University of Chicago, where all of this came out of. You had Christians at the head exercising their influence and their disagreements in the study of comparative religion. And at the head of that, though he was a non-declared Christian, he was definitely a Jewish apologist, by the way. Jonathan C. Smith, he was an undercover. I consider him a Judeo-Christian, an undeclared secular Judeo-Christian, because there's no other reason to explain why he did what he did. Well, one of the reasons he did what he did is that if discoveries came out, because you got to remember, there's always discoveries in different fields. So if discoveries came out in Egyptology that proved that James Fraser, who wrote The Golden Bowl, was correct, that would have made Jonathan Z. Smith a fake and a fraud, because the PhD upon which he predicated his whole career would have been undermined. So from the very outset, he had to always make that his hardest fight, to keep Osiris unrisen. Because you got to remember, his PhD was predicated on fighting against the golden bow. He destroyed the golden bow by saying it was wrong, this is why it's wrong, and all of that stuff. I'm going to show it to you. And so you don't understand how people make their careers on being wrong, but being right. Being wrong privately, but right publicly. And they make their careers on it. And this is what Jonathan Z. Smith did. Because when you look at the criteria that he used to determine whether or not which motif Osiris belonged to, he used the wrong criteria. Stupid motherfucker. Now, I was talking to the same Christian who gave me the explanation about resurrection and what Christians believe. And we were having this discussion. And he did kind of give Jonathan Z. Smith an out, because I think he kind of saw where I was going with this. He said, well, you can't really blame people if they were only using the knowledge that was available to them at that time. Bullshit. Bullshit. Because you said Gerald Massey was wrong. You said, who else? Alvin Boyku was wrong. You said all of these people you said was wrong. So don't tell me about just because the Egyptologists proved that they were correct later. I don't want to hear that bullshit. Jonathan Z. Smith did not die until 2017. That's a few years ago. He died 2017. And I'll tell you something. This is the very reason why I'm going to show you something about him. I'm going to show you how people are. Watch. Y'all don't even understand this shit. Y'all don't understand the world that I live in, the world that I occupy when it comes to this shit. Watch this. Hopefully I can find it real fast. Hold on one second. No, hold on one second. Hold on. Yeah, because we're going through all of this. You might as well just take a quick look while I'm scrolling through. I don't have no problem with that, because we're going to be looking at a lot of shit. All right, hold on one second. Smith. Hold on, people. Come on now. All right, here we go. Let me show you something about Jonathan Z. Smith right here. Oh, I don't care if you saw the stuff that I'm going to be talking about, because I'm going to be talking about a whole lot of stuff in here. And I can guarantee you right now, some of these Christians are nervous because as I was just flowing through just now, they saw some of the slides that I'm going to be talking about. And trust me, they like, oh shit. Yeah, you damn right. Y'all got a problem. You should have told Alfredo to keep his mouth shut. You should have sent one of the big boys, because now by me, hold on. I just had it a second ago. Hold on a second. Here we go. All right. Oh, come on. Oh my God, this thing is a pain in the neck. Here we go. There we go. Now, remember what I just said about, I said if there were new developments in Egyptology which proved that Osiris was a risen god, Jonathan Z. Smith did not want to hear about it. And this is the reason why he did not use computers, and when possible, tended to stay away from telephones, not to mention the internet and social media. The man did not use computers at all. He was how can I put it? He was insulated. He insulated himself inside his own world so that he would not have to, everything about the way he moved, everything about the way he did was all predicated on him propping himself up predicated on his thesis and dissertation for which he received his doctorate and PhD, that the golden bowl was full of shit and that none of these other gods were resurrection gods, especially Osiris. Especially Osiris. This is important to understand. This is important to understand. Okay? So let me just show you what I mean, so y'all can begin to have a little bit of understanding. Because I'm not going to do this whole thing tonight. It is massive. And it's not even that long. It's just massive because of the amount of knowledge in it. The amount of knowledge in this thing is insane. Like, I really want to, well, here's the thing that a lot of you don't realize. A lot of you don't realize that the reason I wanted to explain all of this stuff to you is because I want to get past it. There are better things for us to talk about. Even if we're talking about ancient Egypt, because we haven't really spoken about the real shit about ancient Egypt. Forget about even its relationship to Christianity. Because as long as you stay stuck there, you're never going to learn the true ancient Egypt. And that's my goal, is to show you that. And then to take you from that and lead you into entrepreneurship, money, and finances with an understanding no one else can give you. So you can see how it's all tied in. Okay? That's my goal. It's a huge goal. It is not easy. But once I give it to you, your minds will be connected in such a way that nobody will ever be able to bullshit you about anything again in life. Anything. Or your children. It makes no sense that each generation we have to start from scratch and figuring all of this out. It's not necessary. One of my favorite artists is Anthony Hamilton. I listen to him a lot when I'm studying and when I'm writing, because his music is very spiritual. It's very gospel-like, some of it. And I like the way he blends it. It's like gospel, lovey, street, all together. And in one of his songs, he says something that really pisses me off, because it's the perspective of a lot of ignorant people, especially people who were raised in the Bible Belt. He says something about people having questions that nobody has the answer to. And I get really pissed off when I hear people say that. How are you going to say nobody had the answer? Just because you only made it to 8th grade don't mean nobody had the answer. I'm not saying, I don't know what grade Anthony Hamilton made it to. In fact, my homegirl used to be one of his backup singers. She sure was. Absolutely. But she's on one of my songs too. If you look on my YouTube channel, there's a song called Where Were We At? It's one of my songs. She's singing background on it. Okay. So I'm so embarrassed, her name just escaping me right now, because we don't really see each other or speak to each other like that. But she used to sing backup for Shaka Khan too. Girl could sing her ass off. In any event, but Anthony Hamilton says that in this one song. I think the song is called We'll Be All Right. Or We'll Be Fine. Yeah, I love that song. We'll Be Fine. And but in it, he mentions, people having questions that no one has the answers to. How you know nobody has the answers to? I was listening to a lecture on physics the other day, and when I tell you my mind was blown, you will be amazed at the things that human beings actually know. Don't confuse everybody in your little circle and in your industry or whatever the fuck it is that you do in your community. Don't confuse that with everybody in the world. There are people in this world who know things about life that you probably will never, you probably will go from the cradle to the grave and will never have even been the wiser, didn't even know it existed. And that's the average person. Average person, born, lived, died, stupid. What a waste of fucking life. I watch lectures on physics I don't even understand. Some of them I understand. Some of them I understand bits and pieces. And what I don't understand, I still just want to familiarize myself with the concept, with the idea, so that I can understand that it's in this context that human brains are capable of thinking. I will never get that. Like sometimes, no bullshit. Sometimes, like I ain't gonna lie. I like just as my pastime when I'm bored, I just want to relax and just like not feel stressed. I will surf Facebook. I don't really be on Instagram like that, although I'm starting to get on Instagram. I'm a TikToker. I love looking at just beautiful sisters. Beautiful. There's so many beautiful sisters in the world. I mean, it's the world we live in today. You can see everybody. It's not like when I was coming up in the 70s and the 80s. It's different. Like you can see everybody, right? And you all know that. Everybody, especially females, the way they put pictures out, right? First of all, gentlemen, please don't confuse people's pictures with real life, okay? If you see somebody on a yacht, on a boat, and it like their life is great, they got all this makeup on, everything is perfect. Everybody's trying to show you a perfect life. Bullshit. It's all bullshit, okay? Nobody's life is better than yours. The life that you have is the greatest life on earth. Why? Because it's yours. So don't get caught up in all of that. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't like to look at beauty. A black woman, let me tell you something. Oh my God. It don't matter what look. We're going to keep it, look, from everything legal, 21, shit, 19, 18, you legal, right? To 85, 90. I have seen some women that are so beautiful at every age in between, it will make your eyes fall on the floor. The level of beauty that sisters have out here is like, oh, but why did I say that? I say that because sometimes you might have communication with one or some of these females. And sometimes I just want to send them a lecture on physics. Just to say, I know that your brain probably does not move in these patterns or in this structural type of way. Why don't you treat yourself today? Just watch the lecture on physics. And in fact, one of my former fiance, one of the things that I'm most proud of about her is that she actually tutored people in physics. I'm like, she never knew. I don't even think I ever told her how impressed I was by that. Like, what a fine mind. What a fine brain that can understand the coded language of nature. Shout out to T.C. Atkinson and Brace Pangea. 1,000 years of success because you deserve it. Your integrity is flawless. Your principles are flawless. Brilliant. A mind brighter than the sun. Brilliant. But I said that to say that most of us, our minds are here. Close the fuck up. Like this. Distractions. War, famine, massacres, shootings, politics, elections. Ain't none of this shit new. None of it. Ain't none of this shit new. You think people wasn't dying being thrown to the Colosseum in Rome, gladiators and all that shit? By big numbers. This shit ain't nothing new. How many people died in World War II, World War I, Vietnam? People been dying. People just don't seem to be able to get their shit together. That's all, which is sad. But that's a whole nother, I'm not going there. It's all distractions. What I'm saying is to tell you that there is much more that you can know. Number one, if you care and if you're interested. If you care, you will be shocked what you can know. Will blow your mind. Will blow your mind. So let me get back to this rising and dying God. Forgive me for jumping on my soapbox because the things that I see. So let me show you this. Let me just start from right here. I'm going to redo this part tomorrow, but I'm going to end it on this. And that's why I came up here tonight really not to present this presentation, but to get the ball rolling about the topic and the subject matter, the Christian attack on knowledge. because there's so much backed up in my mind that I have to let it come out slowly so I can share it with you comprehensively and make it make sense. But I wanted to show you the preliminary stuff. What do Christians believe about resurrection? Who wrote that article that he quoted? What was the deal with that book? Why did librarians the hell was that? I don't know. Oh, okay. Cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. All right. See what I mean about distractions? I got people in my chat putting stuff in there that, don't nobody care about pornography. Like, we really don't care. Anything, I bet you it's a Christian too. I bet you the person doing it got a Jesus piece around their neck. Because Christians will do anything. They got the philosophy that Jesus, no matter what they do, if they accept Jesus, they will be forgiven. That's a hell of a philosophy. That gives you carte blanche to do whatever you want. Do whatever I want. So, yeah. Okay. Hey, Dwayne Israel, you said that nigga just talking trying to sound smart, but your dumb ass is watching me. Why? Because I'm smarter than you. That's why. Goodbye, stupid. Oh, I ain't watching you because you can't teach me nothing. You stupid. Your mama's stupid and your daddy's stupid. You know it. That's why you so stupid. I hate to say that. It's the truth. Let me not say that. She probably a good woman. She just raised a stupid son. We gotta be. See, I got that old street me. I be wanting to like hem motherfuckers up. You like, yo, meet me up on 125 tomorrow and say that, bro. Yo, we can touch hands, baby. I ain't got no problem with that. I live for that. Yeah, look, I hate to say it. Yeah. Yeah, look, I don't lie. Look, I got an ignorant nigga in me too. Okay, I be trying to put him away. I'll be like, in fact, from now on, I'm just gonna ignore people. That's all. I see you saying something stupid in my chat, I'm just gonna ignore you. I ain't gonna respond to it. But if you find yourself blocked, it's because you said something stupid that shouldn't have came out your mouth. Okay? Oh my God, here they go with the bullshit. See, Shaka, do you understand the difference between a Christian and the citizen of the kingdom? Shut up. No, we're not doing stupid tonight. We're not getting inside of your... No, we are getting inside of your brain. But see, the problem with you split hairs that don't matter. You want people to be subject to your interpretation of some shit you don't even understand. You know what I'm saying? No, we're not doing stupid tonight. I'm sorry. That's not what we're here for. We're here to talk about how Christians attack knowledge in order to control it, to subordinate it to the Bible, like that dumb shit you just did. I don't give a shit about being a citizen. You sound stupid. I don't have no patience for the dumb shit. Certain Christians I will tolerate. They're my homies. We communicate with each other. But I don't deal with the dumb shit. No. Do I understand the difference? You don't even understand your own stuff and where it came from. You ask me if I understand something that you think you understand? No, we're not doing that. We are not doing that. I'm sorry. No. This is scholarship time. You ain't got nothing scholarly to contribute. Keep it to yourself. I don't care about it. Okay? Saying that dumb shit. Okay. What is this? Oh, okay. I don't know why I put this here. We're going to look at this, but I'll come back to it. I wonder why that's there. Sometimes I put these things together, and I don't know why I did what I did, but this is a live read. Okay. Oh, but I don't want to do that right now. Oh, no. We're not doing that right now. We'll save that for tomorrow. Save this for tomorrow. Save that for tomorrow. Save that for tomorrow. We're going to save that. Oh, this is what I want to come to. This is just to give you an idea. okay, of what I'm talking about. Okay, over here on the left, we have circa 1844 BCE. Over here, 1500 years later, 2nd century BCE. This is 1,500 years later. So let's just look at the different attitude towards knowledge that the people of ancient Egypt had versus the attitude towards knowledge that Bible believers have, okay? That the biblical authors have. So we're going to see two totally different dispositions toward knowledge. Pay attention. This is a quote from this book, Ancient Egyptian Science, a source book by Marshall Clagent, Volume 3, Ancient Egyptian Mathematics. This is a real book, okay? Ancient Egyptian Science, a source book by Marshall Clagent. It is a real book. It's not a pamphlet. It's a real-ass book, okay? In the opening paragraphs of the papyrus, Ahmose presents, that's where I get my name from, Ahmose. Ahmose presents the papyrus as giving accurate reckoning for what? Inquiring into things and the knowledge of what? All things, mysteries, all secrets. That was the African perspective. Inquiry into the knowledge of all things, all mysteries, everything, nothing off limits. This was the African intellectual mandate. If we want to talk about intellectual legacy and what we inherited and what we're supposed to stand up for and what is supposed to be the standard bearer for us as a race, that's what you come from. Okay? That's what you come from. Read it. It's from the Ahmose Papyrus. Accurate reckoning for inquiring into things and the knowledge of all things, mysteries, all secrets. That's what they called math. Accurate reckoning. Okay? Now, let's go to the 2nd century BCE and read from Genesis 2:16 through 17. This is the New Revised Standard Version, updated edition. Scholarly Bible. Okay? And the Lord God commanded the man, you may freely eat of every tree of the garden, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat. For in the day that you eat of it, you shall die. So, these are two diametrically opposed cultures when it comes to knowledge. Okay? One is all bets are off. We need to know everything, all things. We have the means to do so. It's called math. This is what Africans began and contributed to the world. Okay? The biblical worldview is a prohibition and a circumscription on your mind, a veil over your eyes, and a consequence thereof, so that you equate death with knowledge. So knowledge in one sense is the thing to be sought after. Knowledge in the other sense, and not only just now that let me tell you something about that passage about the fall of man, eating from that tree. I had a conversation with someone about it. The conversation went like this. It said God told Adam, don't eat of that tree. God didn't say shit to Eve. God didn't say anything to Eve. Eve was not told not to eat the apple. That injunction came from God to Adam. What did that say? There's a relationship between knowledge and the female that is not the same as the relationship between knowledge and the male. That's what I got from that. In that worldview. Now, later on, when she's tempted by the serpent and given a rationale for eating it, oh, God doesn't want you to eat it because when you eat it, you will become all-knowing like him. Right? She says, oh, we're not supposed to eat that. So we know that she was aware of the injunction. Adam surely said something to her, but God didn't say nothing to her. That's just something to keep in mind. So when they eat it, right? What happens when they eat it? They become what? Aware, self-aware. They become self-aware. And with this awareness comes death, which should tell you what that is communicating is that death is a state of mind. It's a state of mind. It's a state of mind. Had you not eaten of it, you would not have been what? Aware of it. That's important. Because the mind is subject to what it is aware of. Remember that. The mind is subject to what it is aware of. If it's not aware of it, it's not subject to it. How many people have broken records because they didn't realize that they were unable to do it? They didn't know that they couldn't do it, so they did it. Happens all the time. Just wanted to share that with you. But these are the cultural, the value differences. One value, the African culture, is saying all knowledge, seek it, get it. We have a system for knowing all things. The other one is telling you it's a prohibition, and not just on any kind of knowledge, but on moral knowledge. Think about that. Tree from the knowledge of what? Good and evil. That's moral knowledge. That's not technical knowledge. That's not knowledge about how to do this, that, and the third. Or no, it's a specific kind of knowledge. Moral knowledge. Now I'm going to tell you why I think. You know why I think that prohibition was put there? Because you're going to discover something later about the relationship between Christianity and Ma'at that they don't tell you about. I'm going to document it for you, and I'm going to blow your fucking mind when I do. Okay? There is a direct relationship between Judaism and Christianity and Ma'at. And most people don't understand how important and powerful Ma'at fits into this story. Why? Because as I'm going to document for you, Ma'at was literally taken out of the biblical story. Literally. I'm going to document it for you in the Bible. I'm going to show you in the Bible, where the Bible itself is telling you that Ma'at was taken out of the story and replaced with God, the God term. Yes, I'm going to show you. And I think that because there was certain, put it like this, when that was written, and if you look at the interest of the persons who wrote it, you have to remember they had an adversarial perspective of Egyptian culture. They were controlling all of the knowledge and they were subordinating it to this text. They were writing it in the interest of their agenda, which was polemical and apologetic. Most people don't realize that in many respects, a lot of the Bible, particularly the Old Testament, was written as a response to the writings of Manetho in his book Aegyptica, which precedes the Bible. And in that book, the Jews were made to look very bad. It's considered to be an anti-Semitic work. Just because it's anti-Semitic doesn't mean it's an unjust book. If they had just reasons to be anti-Semitic, then it was what it was. But this is what the Bible was. It was meant to turn the narrative of the book Aegyptica upside down, so that the Jews would be placed at the center of the story and be God's chosen people and be the heroes in the book, which is how you end up with your Jesus and all this other stuff. The problem is that by the time you get to Jesus, there's another thing going on, right? Although it's all Hellenism, and we'll talk about that later. So in any event, I just wanted you to see this because this is very important for you to see the difference, to appreciate, know, and understand the difference of the cultures. One has an instruction to seek knowledge. The other one is an instruction to avoid knowledge. This is the quintessential difference. Part of the reason was because in antiquity, knowledge itself was under the auspices of certain deities, certain gods, particularly moral knowledge. So if you as a Jew at that time is seeking, because you got to remember they were into wisdom books and wisdom texts, right? If you are seeking to get to the underpinnings of knowledge, you're going to end up being led at this time in antiquity to certain places. It's like any research, you're always going to be led to ground zero. And rather than you discover that moral knowledge, the foundation of moral knowledge was ma'at, rather than you discover that, your interest in that was obstructed with the fear of death. It was a polemic, so that you would disregard and forget out of your mind ma'at. Because at the foundation of moral knowledge is ma'at. And when you see the lengths that they went to take ma'at out of the original text, they also took out sobek and they took out duhuti, thought. I'm going to document it for you. I don't play with this stuff. I'm going to show you. They had to take them out of the book. Why? Or out of the narrative. They had to remove them from the narrative because to speak of these gods in the way the original narrative spoke about them, it established the fact that Jehovah was not the only God, that Yahweh was not some one and only God, that there were many gods. So they had to change the narrative so that it spoke in such a way as if there was only one God. And in order for the narrative to fit that mold, the deities originally attached to the different bodies of literature that they compiled to make this Bible had to be moved and edited out of the narrative. And I'm going to document it for you. You don't know what you have in your hands when you're holding a Bible. What does that say? Bible. You don't know what this is. You think you do. Your mama definitely doesn't know. Your daddy damn sure don't know. And your grandparents forget about it. They could barely spell Bible. So you think you know something about this book. Your pastors are the dumbest ones about it. They don't know anything about this book. They know homiletics. That's what they know. Homilies. Preach a good sermon. I ain't gonna tell you about the sermon master. I ain't gonna tell you about the sermon Pastor Eric Mason gave recently. Blew my mind. He literally was on stage hollering about God, and he said, listen to what he said. He said, in hard times, spiritually, you gotta be like a serpent. Just think about the serpent on the nemesis of the Pharaoh. He said, this is a Christian pastor, Eric Mason, big time apologist. Said, you gotta be like a serpent spiritually, where you slither through hard times. This is what God wants from you, to be like a serpent. I'm like, well, wait a minute. We was already there. But you tell us, you heathens and all, we beat you to it. Y'all see the serpent on the nemesis? And yeah, I put it on the page too. I said, I forgot what I said. I said something just to like put them on notice. Like, come on, all y'all do is plagiarize. That's all y'all do. So in any event. So one is instruction to seek knowledge. The other one is instruction to avoid knowledge. Here's the other one. Proverbs 3:5. Here you have accurate reckoning for inquiring into things and the knowledge of all things, mysteries, all secrets. And what does the Bible give you? Do not rely on your own insight. In the King James Version, do not rely on your own understanding. Two very different prime directives, two very different cultural values. One teaches you to seek knowledge, and the other one teaches you to avoid it and to disregard it. Okay? Now, we're going to go deep into this. Probably not tonight. Remember, for in the day that you eat of it, you shall die. Seek knowledge versus avoid knowledge. So, why am I stopping here? I'm stopping here because when I was studying Jonathan Z. Smith and I saw what he had to say, he did something very slick. Jonathan Z. Smith, he did something very slick. In order to combat what Fraser in the Golden Bow had done, what were scholars doing at that time? Matter of fact, I'll show you. Hold on one second, because I like to show people. I don't like to just talk. So 1 second. When you talk, you could just be making stuff up and be sharing what's in your own mind, right? So let me see. Share screen. I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. Here we go. So I'm going to let you see my screen. Here you go. Okay? So watch this. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. Just so you can see I'm not making this up. The Golden Bow. This is the book. Okay. It was first published in 1890. So that's the 19th century. 1890. Black people were freed from slavery in America in 1865. Think about that. 1890. What's that, 25 years later? I hope my numbers are right. 25 years later? This book was published. And this is what it's really all about. That y'all don't understand where the Christians are really coming from. Hold on a second. I want to show you something. Hold on. Where's it at? Here it is. Listen to this. I'm going to read it, and I want you to see it with your own two eyes so you can see I'm not making this up. Okay? The Golden Bow scandalized the British public when first published, as it included the Christian story of the resurrection of Jesus in its comparative study. Critics thought this treatment invited an agnostic reading of the Lamb of God as a relic of a pagan religion. For the third edition, Fraser placed his analysis of the crucifixion in a speculative appendix. The discussion of Christianity was excluded from the single volume abridged edition. So it went from being in the book to being put in the appendix until finally they said, take that shit out of there. Okay? That's literally what they did. They said, you will not compare Jesus to any other gods. And that was his big sin. Fraser. This is the history of literature, something y'all don't know a fucking thing about. Okay? This is the fact of the matter. The Golden Bow, a study in comparative religion, retitled The Golden Bow, a study in magic and religion in its second edition. Right? By the Scottish anthropologist Sir James George Fraser. Okay? This was the book that Jonathan Z. Smith, the same weirdo dude that wrote that article about Osiris in the history of religion, his whole PhD was predicated on his doctoral dissertation, his thesis, writing against the Golden Bow, particularly the methodology. To understand the methodology, and I can break it down for you real fast. We don't even have to go to the text. I'm going to show you later on. Because anything that I say, I prove it. Okay? I don't just blah, 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 blah. I prove it. So, thank you. I appreciate that. Those who really understand and get it, I genuinely appreciate that. That slow down Shaka to what? I don't even know. Right? But we this late in the game, you ask me about my lock. This late in the game, my lock is in the last class. Okay. So this is y'all don't really understand like what this whole thing was about and how that article ended up in that book. That article ending up in that book was a continuation of Jonathan Z. Smith arguing against the Golden Bow. And the same way they took Jesus out of that book so that Christianity could maintain its what? Uniqueness. Is the same way that Jonathan Z. Smith went after, pay attention, he went after the entire comparative religion field. He went after it. He used, and check out what he did. It wasn't genius or brilliant. It was smart. It's what people trained in philosophy do. He used philosophy. All right, so these are 3 things you never do. Let me teach you right now. Anytime you argue with a Christian, right? Anytime you argue with a Christian, there are 3 arguments you do not ever pursue because they only exist to distract you from the facts. 3 things, and the Christian's greatest weapon. And he or she will, if they are learned, they will always try to pull you into these arguments. Don't go. Don't go. Why? Because they know once they pull you into that argument, you are now in quicksand. You are now in malleable ground. That it's ambiguity. The 3 arguments you do not ever engage in with a Christian, because these are their biggest weapons. First is philosophical arguments. Don't do it. You can give them the facts about the philosophy in question, especially if you're comparing and contrasting, but don't get into philosophical arguments. Second, theoretical arguments. Stay away from them. Why do you think the librarians use the word opinions and theories when talking about that encyclopedia? Because they peeped it. They peeped it. I showed you. I documented it for you. That's what the librarians at the Ocean Library said. It said 2 things. 1, this book has opinions and theories. 2, academic specialists will find factual errors. This is what you come into black people with to try to prove what Osiris was or wasn't? You think we all stupid? I know more about the politics behind that book, The History of Religion, than Alfredo will ever know. The guy who I showed you was the main editor. Iliad, right? Him and Jonathan Z. Frazier had a beef that went for years because Jonathan Z. Frazier disrespected him publicly and made it very clear that he felt like people that, like Merciad, right? Let me just show you so you can know who I'm talking about. So y'all don't understand. See, I know scholarly beef. I know people die for scholarly beef. Y'all don't even know that. Y'all really don't know that. See the movie Dark Matter with Meryl Streep if you want to see what scholarly beef looks like. See the movie Dark Matter with Meryl Streep and Aidan Quinn. See that movie. And then you will see what scholarly beef looks like. Okay? Yeah. Facts. You will see what scholarly beef looks like. I'm not repeating that because... Hold on 1 second. Let me share this thing again. In fact, let me put it there first. Here we go. All right, come on, people. Yeah, y'all really don't know. Like, y'all really don't know how deep it is. Like, I hate to say it, man. Like, this shit is bigger than Bloods and Crips. Like, it's big. Like, it's big. You got to understand, you're talking about whole careers, $65, $70, $80,000 careers, all predicated on who's right and who's wrong. It's not, you think these people are playing? Shit. Ideas have dollar signs attached to them, people. Y'all don't understand how this works. Stop being a bunch of mental midgets. Not necessary. Stick with me. I'll show you the ropes, Jack. I will really show you the ropes. All right, here we go. So let me see. Yeah, this loser sure does have a whole lot of channels. Come to here every 5 minutes with his porn. Like, we don't care about that. Now we working with this head. You feel me? The other head can take care of itself. We working with this head. Put something in it. Okay, garbage in, garbage out. Okay. Wait until I do the presentation on what pornography does to you, what it does to your brain. I bet you a whole lot of you gonna stop. A whole lot of you gonna stop. Male and female. A whole lot of you gonna stop. When you see what it does to the tissue in your brain, it's not a game. So let me explain something to you about the beef between these two gentlemen. This is Jonathan Z. Smith. This is Jonathan Z. Smith. This is Messiah Eliad. Remember this name, Messiah Eliad. Okay? The reason you want to remember that name is because in the field of comparative religion, Messiah Eliad was the man. Okay? This guy right here, the guy on the left, up top. All right? Messiah Eliad was the man. He was the one who gave his seal of approval for Jonathan Z. Smith to come to the University of Chicago. He told them Jonathan Z. Smith is going to be great. He's going to change the field. I think he saw Jonathan Z. Smith as his competition. And if you understand the way thinkers work, they like to keep, what they say, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. That's what it was. He brought Jonathan Z. Smith. He helped to bring Jonathan Z. Smith to keep an eye on him, to probably try to control him or win him over, or presume that if they had a relationship, Jonathan Z. Smith would not attack him. And guess what happened? Jonathan Z. Smith attacked him and told the whole scholarly world that people like Messiah Eliad is what is wrong with comparative religion. That's what he said. In print. That's what he said. And it created a lifelong beef with them. Now you have to consider that book, The History of Religion, that was Messiah Eliad's book. But the kind of war that was going on at the University of Chicago against comparative religion, because Jonathan Z. Smith made it very clear, do not associate my name with comparative religion as long as you are using Messiah Eliad's methodology. Jonathan, that was his position. And I don't want nobody trying to come out the woodwork trying to say, oh, Shaka, no, that was his position. In print. Even when he was at Yale School of Divinity and was in the comparative religion department there, he tried to literally take it over, turn it over, and start his own thing there, which created a big beef at Yale. This dude was a real iconoclast, and that's what he was known as, an iconoclast. But you have to understand why he was an iconoclast. He could not afford to have his PhD overturned because it would make his whole career a lie, and nobody ever talks about that. Nobody to this day, I'm the only human being breathing that's ever put that up front. See, people don't understand. This is what drove Jonathan Z. Smith. If James George Frazier was right, and if the Golden Bowl had merit, despite its technical difficulties, just like Gerald Massey had technical inaccuracies in his book. But you can have technical inaccuracies and still have your overall argument be correct. You just don't have the fillers yet to fill it in properly. So you're going to make a lot of wrong estimations and a lot of wrong guesstimations, which is what they did. Fraser made some wrong guesstimations, even about the Greek story he was using. He got some things wrong. Well, particularly with the painting that he used for the cover of the book. He thought it was one lake, but it was actually another lake, right? But so I didn't know. I'm gonna have to watch Finding Forrester. I didn't know that. Thank you. Who's that? Oh, hi, hello. Thank you. Hi, hello. I'm gonna have to watch Finding Forrester. I know about it, but I never watched it. But I'm showing you this because I want you all to understand that when somebody like an Alfredo Valentin, a BK apologist, comes before you and reads something and then says, that's it. No, you just opened up. You opened up a can of bullshit. I'm opening up a can of Jesus ass whooping. Because when I'm done with you, Alfredo, you're gonna make sure that was your final response. You will never respond to me again as long as you breathe. Because I'm gonna show you real scholarship. Real scholarship, the real deal. I do this, bro. I do this like Kanye does music. On some real shit. I do this like Barack does elections. Like I do this like that. On some real. These are the things that fascinate me. I like to know what make people tick. And for Jonathan Z. Smith to write that article about Osiris the way he did in the history of religion, I knew something wasn't right. I said, something is not right here. That man, Jonathan Z. Smith, went to war with the comparative religion curriculum, the international curriculum. He went to war with it to say that the methodologies were wrong. Now, here's the thing. The problem, and I could document everything nothing will escape my mouth if I cannot document it heavily. And it's all in this presentation. The problem was James George Fraser, who wrote The Golden Bowl, he made his comparisons incorrectly. He used agrarian gods, agrarian deities to try to talk about their cycles of death, growth, and rebirth and all of that. And included in that, to make the comparison, was Osiris. The problem with Jonathan Z. Smith and his incorrect article was that using the agrarian aspect of Osiris to prove and show a resurrection deity was the wrong and incorrect aspect of Osiris to use. So the entire time that Jonathan Z. Smith is arguing against James George Fraser and the Golden Bowl and comparative religions, because Mircea Eliade did the same thing. They were using this whole vegetable god, the veggie god. And when you read Jonathan Z. Smith's Drudgery of the Divine, he goes from the beginning to the end, and every single time he mentions Osiris as a vegetable god, and was saying this is why you cannot compare Osiris to Jesus. They spoke about corn, maize, and all of these things that were affiliated with Osiris, saying that in this aspect that may have influenced the Mediterranean. Oh, I got the whole argument down. I know the argument better than I own my own space. But Jonathan Z. Smith was a fraud because he was arguing against a wrong argument. He was arguing against a right conclusion based on a wrong argument, which happens all the time in scholarship. Somebody accidentally comes to the right conclusion, but when they go to, when they go to put it back, right? It's like your teacher teaching you a form of math and say, do it this way. The process has to go this way. You fuck up, make a mistake, and end up at the correct answer. Right? You mess up, make a mistake, but end up at the end. Now, they call it a mistake. No, what you did was called a breakthrough. Okay? Right? So now there was no breakthrough with George James Frazier and Mircea Eliade, who Jonathan Z. Smith totally disrespected. Oh man, yo, the beef between these two men, and it was sad because when you read their letters to each other back and forth, it's like you see how deep the love was at one time. I think the love was always fake to me. I think it was one of those things. I've had people do that to me, even when I was on the side of the TV. Shout out to my brother and to the platform. There were people there who tried to be my friend and tried to be scholarly to me because they really just wanted to keep me closer. So I wouldn't bang on them scholarly. So they wanted to make it seem like we was tight and we was friends. No, we wasn't tight and we wasn't friends. We just happened to be on the same platform. But you was never no real scholar in my eyes. And no, I'm not talking about Brother Reggie because he's a real scholar. I'm talking about certain other individuals that was on there before I was trying to pass themselves off as a scholar. Nah, this individual was clever. There's a difference. There's a difference. Not a scholar. No, not a scholar. Because when you listen to him break down the information, you can see, oh, no, this is not a scholar. It's somebody who's in love with his own thinking, but it's not a scholar. You know, and this is what goes on. It's the politics of scholarship. People want to keep you close so that you don't turn around and flip on them and be like, well, yo, dude, actually, you stupid as fuck, and I'm going to show the whole world. They don't want you to do that. And it probably wouldn't be a nice thing to do that. I'm very slow to do something like that. Unless you course me a certain way, I wouldn't do that. But if you course me a certain way, oh my God. If I take it really personal, or even though, if I take it personal, I could probably live with it. But if I approach it from a principle perspective, your head's coming off because the principle overrides my personal. Head clean off. Surgically cut. Cut with obsidian. To hell with a metal knife. Obsidian. Like paper. Yes. Scholastically, academically. But I wanted to share that with you about these guys because you need to know how that article ended up in there. So this was Eliade's book, The History of Religion. And in order to make it seem like in order to make it seem like the scholarly community at the University of Chicago was making progress, he acquiesced to and kissed Jonathan Z. Smith's ass, and he let him put that article in there to show that he was no longer going to obstruct the new methodology being introduced, which was to only focus on differences. This is why your boy BK the apologist kept stressing the differences between Osiris and Jesus in the very beginning, because he is an inheritor of this bullshit argument. And it's all bullshit. I'm going to show you. When I show you the aspect of Osiris that Jonathan Z. Smith should have focused on to make the comparison, you're going to see they fucked up. And I think Adam, I'm going to say who. I think that the brother that I spoke to from the Christian side, he anticipated where I was going with this, that Jonathan Z. Smith and this whole death, dying, and rising category God is outdated because they used the wrong aspect of Osiris to compare to Jesus. They should have used the other aspect, the solar aspect. Had they used the solar aspect, they'd have been right on point, line for line. They used the agrarian aspect of Osiris, wrong aspect to use. So then what is Jonathan Z. Smith arguing against? And you have to remember, this is important because he based his whole argument on that. Oh, and let me tell you what he did that was slick. This white boy was slick. Let me tell you what he did that was slick. Hold on. Watch. Let me tell you what this white boy did that was slick. There he is. That's Jonathan Z. Smith. Okay? Let me tell you what he did that was slick. He said, okay, y'all gonna put the Bible under a microscope? He said, this is what y'all gonna, he said, this is what y'all gonna do? He said, well, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna put you under the microscope. And what he did was he got the rest of the scholarly community to look at comparative history as a religion in and of itself. And that when comparative scholars were doing this, that they were not engaged in scholarship. That's why he said when I read, comparative religion hasn't come to academia yet. That's why he said that. He said what he did was he put their motives and their reasons for doing the comparative in the first place under the microscope and made that a religion. He says so in his own writings. That was slick. And he used philosophy to do it. He used philosophy, the land of the subjective, theoretical, ambiguity, the theological. Those are all three arguments he used to do it: the theological, theoretical, and philosophical. And guess what? All of the dummies in comparative religion fell for it. That's deep. See, what BK the apologist doesn't realize, I'm way beyond all of these dudes combined. You don't understand the stature of my scholarship, Alfredo. I play with you. I toy with you. When I say I play with you and I toy with you, you are going to see. All of you, Vince Bantu, Damon Richardson, I will destroy all of you with my eyes closed when it comes to scholarship. Yeah. When it comes to scholarship. And the worst thing you could ever do is invite me into your understanding of the world, which is what Alfredo did, because I didn't know anything about this. And the only person who tried to tell me about it, which I didn't know, and I could be honest, was Damon Richardson. When we got into the argument, the discourse that we had, I actually like Damon. He's probably, my favorites are probably out of that whole crew. I really, really genuinely like Adam Coleman as a person. Just as like he's somebody like I would hang out with every day just to argue and debate and have fun. Like, let's go have dinner with the family and just go back and forth. Like, that's Adam Coleman of True ID. Like, I really like him as a person, as a brother. He has a wonderful energy about himself. And I like Damon Richardson because he reminds me of me. Damon's like, head off. Chop, chop. I respect that. I love that. I love that about him. You know, he's my younger brother. All of them are my younger brothers. And so I look at personality types. I think the dumbest one of all of them is Eric Mason. I'm just telling you the truth. He's the dumbest one of them all. I mean, the dude is just dumb. Okay. Jerome Gay Jr., he tries, but about as dumb as Eric Mason. But that's the truth. Alfredo Valentin is the dumbest of all of them put together. The guy who is speaking, who brought up Jonathan Z. Smith. You went to a book like History of Religion? Do you know? Why do you think the librarians said what they said about it? I wouldn't. Why would you present a book where the librarians themselves are telling you this is opinion and theory and factual errors are to be found inside? That is in writing. And that's what you came to us with, to teach us our history, to teach us what is true and what is not true. Bro, you couldn't see me on my worst day, Alfredo. You couldn't see me on my worst day. I could pull up Drudgery of Divine right now. I got, how many books by Jonathan Z. Smith do you want me to pull up right now? That I've been through all of them. He wasn't smart. And by the way, I also found this very interesting. And this is what I mean about these slick-ass Christians. Alfredo read what Jonathan Z. Smith said in the Encyclopedia of Religion about Osiris. But you know what? He didn't read to you what Jonathan Z. Smith said about Jesus. Because he had some interesting things to say about Jesus. Okay? Okay. Hold on one second. Yeah, this dude was a piece of work. He wrote a book called Imagining Religion. He wrote quite a few books. Let me see. I can't even read the stuff he wrote because it's so stupid. It really is. But this is the main thing that right here that Damon Richardson was trying to explain to me when I quoted Martin Luther King. See, they don't like Martin Luther King because they feel that Martin Luther King was a product of what's called liberal theology, or so there's three names for it. And we're going to go into this because you got to understand where these Christians are coming from. Okay, this is what I did not know. See, I don't know everything. I just happen to know a hell of a lot more than most people when it comes to this subject. Probably a lot more than everybody. But what I did not know, and I'm putting you all on game right now because y'all don't know this. I did not know that there was a war going on in Christianity right now as we speak. When I say a war, I mean a war. Listen to what I'm telling you. There was a war going on in Christianity. And the war is basically against biblical or fundamental Christianity versus liberal Christianity, also known as liberal theology, also known as Christian liberalism. Okay? And it is one of the deepest contentions that I've ever studied. Like, I had no idea how deep this war was. But you need to know about this war because then you are going to understand the essence of the Christian attack on knowledge. And it's deep. Or we're going to be going into some journals on early Christianity and everything so I can show you the things they never talk to you about. They'll bring them up in arguments, but when they bring them up in arguments, they're not talking to you or even me. They're talking so that their Christian audience can hear their rationale. And then the Christian audience can say, yep, it's bullshit. This whole thing about liberal Christianity is bullshit. This whole thing about liberal theology is bullshit. But it is one of the most interesting subject matters you could ever study. It really is. A lot of it has to do with Protestant Christians basically attending universities and coming to the conclusion that Christianity was going to become irrelevant if it did not keep up with the times, if it did not keep up with science, if it did not cede certain things to science and include the language of science in their theology. And so by doing this, they were bringing the university into the church, into the Bible, understanding of it, and they were bringing the Bible into the university. So it's a very, very interesting place to be, right? They'll tell you in a minute, what does liberal Christianity mean? To be liberated. To be liberated from what? From the Bible. And so fundamental Christians hate liberal Christians more than they dislike people in the Kemetic community or Muslims or Jews or gays or anybody else. The bottom of the barrel to them, the children of Satan to them are liberal Christians, Christian liberalism and liberal theology. And so what they do in order to attack knowledge that they do not have control over is anytime something is unearthed or established that contradicts and negates, overturns Christian truth, put truth in quotation marks, they make the charge of liberalism. That comes from liberal science, liberal Christianity, liberal theology. And that's why they created biblical theology, to reverse the tide and to subject knowledge once again to the auspices of the Bible. So therefore, by doing that, they made the Bible the authority on explaining itself in theological terms. Some deep shit that they did, right? They made the Bible the authority, no longer the university. University and scholarship and academia, no. Y'all don't have the last, y'all don't speak for the Bible. And what the Bible, what is the message that the Bible has to tell you about the story from a theological perspective and how it progresses and how it all culminates in the revelation of Jesus and all this bullshit. Let me tell you, when I tell you these people are slick, if you do not endeavor to understand their argument and where they're coming from, you're like children to them. Why? Because they got this, they think they do. They had this shit together until I came along. Don't ever let me into a conversation. Because if I hear you say one wrong thing, I'm going to unravel your whole shit. That's how my mind works. It's structured like that. It's structured like that. Facts. This is why they created biblical theology. This is some brand new shit. That's some brand new shit. I mean, some people would say it goes back, but in modern times, that's some brand new shit. Before it was systematic theology, taking various aspects of the Bible, putting them in these categories, having these categories all coalesce together, right? And then understanding it from that perspective. This in this lane, this and that. And they were like, no. Nope. They created their own theology, which I find very interesting because theology initially was a Greek endeavor in an effort to understand not God, but the gods, plural. Look up the origin of theology. It had nothing to do with God singular. It had to do with God plural. But they take this pagan method, they take this pagan undertaking, this pagan endeavor, and they use it to explicate on that. Why couldn't your God give you your own thing? Why theology? Theology is not a Christian invention. It's a Greek invention. It's not even really a Greek invention, but although it kind of is. Right? But I have some things that are very, very deep that I can't really just talk to you about. Like, I gotta take you along with me and show you so that you can understand the level to which they would go to deceive you. It's deep. It's very deep. What he says here. The Protestant hegemony. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm on the right one. Jonathan Z. Smith, Drudgery of the Divine. The Protestant hegemony over the enterprises of comparing the religions of late antiquity and early Christianities, plural, has been an affair of mythic conception and ritual practice from the outset. See that? He made comparative religion into a religion in order to combat it. It has not yet become an affair of the academy. If this shift to the academy should ever occur, it will bring about a radical reformation. Martin Luther, he's the new Martin Luther, of the generative questions, and a thorough revolution of the purposes of comparison. So what they put under the microscope was, we're not going to put, this is what he did. He said, we're not going to put the Bible under the microscope, we're going to put the purpose for comparing them under the microscope. And we're going to charge it as being a mental deficit in your own mind. You're comparing this for reasons of badness, of evil, of whatever. And so they vilified and demonized comparative religion. And to everything that they do in their thought process is to drive a wedge between facts, truth, and logic. Everything. Particularly labeling things. I documented that for you before. That's how they do it. They create what's called the other. Man, it's some deep shit. The whole science behind what they do. I'm not a Muslim, not by any shot, Orthodox or otherwise. Nation of Islam, none of that. I don't touch none of that. But Elijah Muhammad got one thing right that I wholeheartedly support. Technology is the one science they came up with, and they have not stopped to this day. Technology. It is a real science. See, when you hear it, you think that's a good old term that Elijah Muhammad came up with. No. It's a real thing. Technology. If you don't believe me, ask the CIA. Ask MI5. Hell, ask the local police department. Technology. Ask the school teachers. Technology is real. But nobody has mastered it better than Christians. It's the air they breathe. It's pure deceit. Yeah, pure. And the first people they have to deceive is themselves. You know, when you tell a lie, who the first person got to believe it for it to be successful? You. If you believe the lie, you have plausible deniability. Once you found out to be wrong, you can always say, well, I thought I was right. I thought I was telling the truth. Then you believe the lie. You chose to believe the lie. You had to believe the lie in order to get behind it 100%. Man. So, guys, I'm going to wrap it up. And we're going to come back tomorrow. And I'm going to show you. You really want to be here tomorrow. This is nothing. This is me just getting you ready for the shit that for the stuff I'm going to be showing you. I can't show you the kind of things that I pull to the forefront when I research without preparing your mind for it. Okay? I have to prepare your mind for it. Very important. So with that said, it's getting light out. Y'all broke night with me. I should have been off of here a long time ago, but I took a week or two off, and because I really had to let a lot of this stuff sink in. And because my mind was blown with a lot of it that I had never really interfaced with. Like the whole thing about Christian liberalism and the role that played in all of this. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't know anything about all of that stuff. But, by the way, for those of you who are watching for the first time, I don't teach for free. That's the fastest way to be able to not teach any longer, because you'll be in a bad situation. So I request everyone pay, because it is a paid presentation. But here's the kicker: you pay whatever you want. I don't care. Whatever you want. Just pay something. Show the platform some respect. Because when I come up here to give you my best and to give you what no other channel can or will. When you listen to all of the other arguments that they're having on these other channels about Christianity, it's kindergarten shit. It's silly. It's silly, dumb stuff. And I think they do that just to keep the argument going, so you keep watching. If you want to get the real stuff, the real scholarship, it's right here. It's right here. Yes, I am their worst nightmare. And, well, I guess that's for any lie. For any lie, the truth is its worst nightmare, right? So, please make your presence known, make your presence felt, inspire me to come back, let me know that I'm not wasting my time. And I do that because the reason why I do this is because I don't want to, look, a lot of people might argue with me, but I don't want to go to Patreon, because in my opinion, my people are not sharp enough to know that this is the stuff that you really want to get. So if I put it in a position where you got to pay for it, are black people smart enough to pay for the thing that they really should get and really should pay for? No, we pay for everything else, the bullshit, the dumb stuff we don't need. This is the facts. So if I sequester the message to pay people only in a Patreon or something like that, there'll be fewer people that get the message, fewer people that get the knowledge. And so a shout out to those of you who do invest in the platform and who do exchange value for value via putting something by paying at the platform, $ Shakka-Ahmose, Cash App. For those of you who do that, you make it possible for everybody else to get this information. So I have a very, very special place in my heart for you, because you're making it possible for other people to get the knowledge and the information. You know, I can't come up here and do this for free because the kind of hours that I put into research doesn't allow me to do anything else. So if I come up here and teach for free, how you think I'm keeping my lights on? How you think I keep the computer on? How you think I get a microphone or a keyboard or whatever? You know? Yeah, those costs. And, you know, you guys make it possible for me to do this. So as long as you go see that Cash App, you will continue to make it possible for me to do this. And don't ever let anyone make you think that that you should give your best for free, right? All the time. When you do it for free, it's your choice. But, you know, respect the platform. This is Hieroglyph. I'm Shakka-Ahmose, and this is what we do here. This is what I do here. I go in a way that no one else can or will or can. Okay? So this is part 1, and I'll see you guys later today for part 2. I'm going to get some rest. I'm going to go still get my avocado sandwich. And yeah, just to let you know, I'm walking over to Broadway, right, to West Side Market. I'm going to get my bread, right, my soft French bread. I'll come back here, make my sandwich, sit down, relax. I'm watching Passion of the Christ. I've never seen it. So I'm watching it tonight or this morning. I'll watch some of it as I go to bed, and then I'll be ready for tomorrow. I do that just to stay in, you know, focused, you know. Yeah, I appreciate you very much so. But I'm doing this, as I said, because if I don't show you this stuff, no one will. No one will. No one. You will go to your grave ignorant as I'm telling you, you have come through and will have never known. Facts, you know? Yeah, so we accomplished something here today, and that was just basically giving you guys some insight into. Now, you had no idea all of this was behind that comment that he read from. You didn't know all of this stuff was going on with Jonathan Z. Smith and Messiah Eliad, the editor, who brought him to University of Chicago, and they had a big beef. Could you imagine that? You bring this man to the university, top university in the world at the time in its field, up there with Oxford and everybody else. And he turns around and tells the whole academic world that you're the problem with the scholarship because of your methodologies. And he did all of that, what? To protect his PhD legitimacy. He had a personal dog in the fight that disqualified him from being objective. Period. And when you see how many people came out of the University of Chicago where he was the dean, this dude, he was not just a professor at the University of Chicago. This dude was like the head of the freaking, I think the divinity school or the history department. I forget which. But long story short, what they ended up doing was they ended up the same way how they got Jesus out of that book in the beginning. First, it was in the book. Then they made it in appendix. Then they pushed it out of the abridged edition. They did the same thing with the actual subject matters. First, it was comparative religion. Then they said, no, this is not good. Then they made it the history of religion. And then they delegitimized that. Yeah, it's a process. And Christians will work over time to do it. Yes, they will work over long periods of time to make their enemies disappear. You better believe it. And so I tell the Kemetic community, don't get tired of the fight. You ain't seen the good part yet. As long as I'm able to present, and as long as people are compensating me for my time by going to the cash. I'm talking about the responsible people who watch me. I'm not talking about the irresponsible people. The irresponsible people, hopefully you'll grow up some and you'll realize, yeah, we need to subsidize our own platform that's for us, because, you know, it's what it is. So with that, Uncle Justin Ebb, we'll have more of Jonathan Z. Smith tomorrow. But tomorrow, I read you later today, I read you the Christian definition of resurrection. I'm going to show you. I'm going to read for you, take you through the whole process of the Egyptian resurrection. And then you're going to compare the two. Okay? I'm going to show you where Jonathan Z. Smith went wrong. Okay? So with that, Hotep, Uncle Justin Ebb, I love you all, and deuces. I'm out. Hotep. Go get some rest. Go to sleep.